Sunday for a free global online episode. Indian Knowledge System. Timeless wisdom from the Bhagavad Gita.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday for a free global online episode. Indian Knowledge System. Timeless wisdom from the Bhagavad Gita.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday for a free global online episode. Indian Knowledge System. Timeless wisdom from the Bhagavad Gita.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday for a free global online episode. Indian Knowledge System. Timeless wisdom from the Bhagavad Gita.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday for a free global online episode. Indian Knowledge System. Timeless Wisdom from the Bhagavad Gita.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday for a free global online episode. Indian Knowledge System. Timeless Wisdom from the Bhagavad Gita.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday for a free global online episode. Indian Knowledge System. Timeless Wisdom from the Bhagavad Gita.
'Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of the Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday for a free global online episode. Indian Knowledge System. Timeless Wisdom from the Bhagavad Gita.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste and welcome to this very special episode that we have today on Indian knowledge systems. It's actually the first of its kind, showcasing the Bhagavad Gita and going deep into spirituality. We have an amazing lineup with us ready to go today. But before we start, let's start with the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha तत्सविदुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. So we're in a very fortunate position today where we are going to be joined by some very prominent speakers. They are first of the class in their particular fields, and they're all going to be sharing with us different aspects of the Bhagavad Gita and what it means to them, how they've taken their organization forward, and what they're doing currently to make a difference, to make an impact to the community and the wider British Hindu diaspora and Indian diaspora. And it's fantastic to see some of the accomplishments that they have made from a very early age into the work that they are currently doing in the community. And it's fascinating to see also how this actually makes the bridge between where we were in Vedic times as Vedic Gurukul systems and how this has developed over time to still suit us in the modern day, in the modern age, in the modern era, and how we can actually apply these teachings from the Vedic scriptures themselves, from the Bhagavad Gita, and make it relevant to us today. And the fantastic thing that I actually find about the Bhagavad Gita is nowhere in the Bhagavad Gita does it mention the word Hindu. Which means what? That it's a book on psychology that's equally applicable for all of us here today in the modern age. Because guess what? A lot of us are actually in a position where we're facing stress at different periods of our life. And the Bhagavad Gita is a manual. It's a go-to book which tells us how to navigate these times from duality to oneness, to be complete within ourselves, to know who we are deeply. So I'd like to invite my first speaker, Charya Abhinav Yogiji, if he can turn on his camera and join us live. Global Namaste, Acharyaji. It's a privilege to be here talking to you today. From seeing the work that you've done a few years ago on Sanatan Sanstha UK and how this has now become Sanatan spirituality, just seeing the legs that you've been able to walk people through from having a Vedic yoga Gurukul kind of system for kids and to enable them to go deeper into the scriptures, to enable them to be leaders of the Samaj, to enable them to have a deeper sense of who they are and how they can just be present in the community. And it's wonderful to see how you've done so many things internationally. You've been invited to speak on so many platforms, and we are so excited to have you here today. So tell us a little bit more about your journey with the Bhagavad Gita and how you've moved from Sanatan Sanstha to Sanatan spirituality.
So my humble pranams to all the seeker who are here listening and everybody who is trying to listen worldwide on this platform of Healing Our Earth, which is creating a knowledge-based system where the knowledge of the Dharma and the Gyan of the Dharma is reaching to millions worldwide. So my humble pranams to all of you, first of all, and all the people who are listening. And before I start, Riddhi ji, can I also want to recite a shloka, which I think will give the full meaning of this whole conversation that I'm going to have.
Yes, please, go ahead.
ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्तिः ॐ शान्तिः ॐ शान्तिः. So this shloka is I think, the go-to shloka. I always feel that this conveys the full philosophy of Sanatan Dharma and the work we all try to do for Dharma, that this is for everyone. And it is for everybody's wellness. It is for everybody's peace. This is all this shloka is all about. We pray for the well-being, peace, happiness, and the knowledge of the Dharma to reach to everybody and we make it a universal conduct, a universal way of living. And that is what I feel Sanatan Dharma is. So in a world obsessed, which is where something is new, trending, we gather today to explore something which predates the human civilization. A truth which is so profound that it has survived the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of countless philosophies, and continues to guide us towards liberation. So question is not whether Sanatan Dharma is real or not. Question is, have we become ready to recognize this reality, because it has always revealed itself. And another shloka which helps to guide in that is Yathe Pinde Tathe Brahmande. What is happening in the cosmos, in the universe, is also happening inside you. And that is what Sanatan Dharma is. It tells you that everything that you see outside in this world is what is happening inside you. And if you connect it to the Bhagavad Gita, this is what eventually the Bhagavad Gita was. That Sri Krishna, when he was talking to Arjuna and trying to guide him in his moments of doubts, he was giving him a sermon, right? And everything was telling him. In the end, what he does was show him the Virata Roop, right? The eventual, the ultimate reality. And that's what it is all about, that he revealed that everything which is happening in this cosmos, be it the birth, be it the deaths, be it the other actions that are happening, everything is happening inside me, and everything is happening inside you also. So Sanatan Dharma is actually the most ancient philosophy, if I have to put it in scientific words, which tells us the ways of life. Sanatan is eternal, and everything around timelessness, and dharma we know is the cosmic law, the righteousness, and together it becomes the eternal way, basically. Now, as you asked me a question, how I transformed Sanatan Sanstha of UK to Sanatan Spirituality Foundation. As I mentioned, I run a series of podcasts. I'm a content creator as well. I try to spread the knowledge through various platforms. You can connect to me on Abhi Yogi Show. That's my handle everywhere. So the thing was, Riddhi, that I realized that Sanatan Sanstha of UK was doing good work. We were running a Gurukul. We were doing great events in very prestigious venues like the Parliament or the Nehru Center and other things. There was a need to go even further, because this knowledge is not just for a particular geographical location or one particular sampradaya or sect or something. It's for everybody. And that's where the idea came that let's expand this and make it into a spiritual foundation which can work worldwide. And the idea came because we were getting some good interest from doing some seminars and webinars in the US. In Bharat, I'm co-creator of Sumarti Ashram. We are building an ashram. The biggest Vedic knowledge base library is what we are trying to build as well. So there are multiple things we were doing. So it made just sense to go more into that universal appeal where everybody could connect. And the reason I will tell you, it's not just another organization. The idea was that every framework, every knowledge system, every kind of belief system could be incorporated. Today we have multiple organizations worldwide, but what we see is people try to enforce a particular philosophy, or they are inclined to a particular philosophy, or they are inclined to a particular Vedic knowledge system or a yogic system. The idea of Sanatan Spirituality Foundation was that let's make it global, very open, like Sanatan Dharma. Anybody, everybody who is believer, who is just a seeker, can bring their philosophies, work together, and spread the knowledge together. So there are no restrictions here. We don't follow a particular Ishta Devata, a particular yogic philosophy, a particular anything. Sanatan is eternal. Everything in this knowledge system is eternal. So we are trying to incorporate that. And again, using the Bhagavad Gita, I think the shloka, which is in the 14th chapter, the 27th one, I am the foundation of the Brahman, the immortal, I am the imperishable. I am the eternal eternal dharma, the shashvat dharma, and I am the absolute place. Shivoham Shivoham, as also said by Adi Shankaracharya. This is what Sanatan Dharma has taught me, that you are eternal, you are evolving every second. You are here on this journey in this life to evolve. Evolve how? Spiritually, consciously, right? And the way to do that is by reading our scriptures, by going into dhyan sadhana, yog sadhana, mantra sadhana, tantra sadhana. There are various ways, but everything leads to one topic only: eternal spiritual consciousness, evolving itself. And if you see, even Sri Krishna says that very clearly in the Bhagavad Gita. Karmanyevadikaraste ma faleshu kadachana ma karma fal hetu bhumur hetu satpa karmani. You have the right to perform your duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of your action. Never consider yourself to the cause of the results, nor to be attached to any inaction. Because this is the essence, that we are doing karma, but our karma has to be in a way that it makes an impact on your spiritual upbringing, in your spiritual, always I call the word elevation. Whatever we have learned in our previous lives, we have got another new birth, so we are continuing our education in spirituality or adhyatma from that point of time, and every action we are doing is adding to it. Every action we are doing is helping us evolve more, because that's the eventual goal, right? We want to come out of the cycles of life and death, birth and death, basically. And it only happens when you are completely in that conscious living state. The conscious living state is where we understand that everything, every action, every word we speak, every thought we bring into our brain, it is all going to have some kind of a effect out of it. Now you have to determine what kind of way you want to live, whether you want to make it more additive to the process of evolution or more derivative to the process of evolution of your consciousness. I'll give you a very simple example. Imagine thousands of years ago, because the modern timelines are, Vedas are 1500 to 500 BC, Upanishads are 800 200 BC, Bhagavad Gita, but I don't believe in that. I don't think so. The dating has been done correctly. Around now, a lot of research has been done, and it looks like the timelines have changed a lot, and I'm pretty sure, because this is an evolving research, it will keep on changing more. The Bhagavad Gita or the Mahabharat war now dates around the 5570 BC timeline as per many historians. The Ramayana dates around 12,000 BC. So let's imagine somewhere around 30,000 BC, when Saraswati civilization and other things were most likely happening. Some rishi was sitting there, doing his sadhana, and they realized, that while doing their sadhana, they found a method to calm the mind, to relax the mind. And this is what became our dhyan sadhana, our meditation techniques and other things around that, right? And that's why we have so many versions of it, and it has evolved over generations of generations. New philosophies added and added and added. Somebody found a better way, somebody found an alternate way, and all that kept getting added. And that's how the Vedic knowledge system, or the Indian knowledge system, which is your topic today, started to build, basically. Not through any written scriptures or something. At that point of time, it was mostly experiences. It was all whatever they were feeling in that higher state of elevation or their consciousness, they were understanding it, passing it on through the Guru Shishya Parampara, through their disciples, to other rishis, maharishis, rajrishis, and then they were being slowly as the evolution of paper and other things happened, many things were written down in different formats. But this is the essence of what Sanatan Dharma is. It is set of practices, it is set of experiences, it is set of learnings, which you can only achieve when you are connected to that divine consciousness. Now, I am a practitioner of Kundalini Yoga. I teach Kundalini Yoga for the past 10 years free of cost. And the best example I can give you is that when your chakras or your nadis are activated or opened, right, as we call them, your conscious mind, which is very powerful, expands and it starts to absorb things which are in the metaphysical world. I can give you a very good example that you start to hear sounds of the cosmos also. Sometimes you will hear, you will start to see depth into things which probably others cannot see. You can start to feel vibrations on a level which are very hard to perceive. So, for example, if I go as a Kundalini practitioner to a place where I know that this place is a temple, right? I can go and just put my hands, I'll start perceiving the vibrations, and I will get to know if this mandir or place has been made with a lot of purity or not. A place where a god has come out on its own, which we call Swayambhu, you will feel immense vibrations because that's the divine that has manifested. But a place where a thing has been made by man-made efforts, or if there has been some kind of, say, wrong kind of money used or something, you will start to feel some kind of negativity also. So our body is an instrument which can be tuned like an instrument to understand everything in this cosmos. This is possible still in Kali Yuga right now, and Sri Krishna also talks about it in the Bhagavad Gita that this whole philosophy of yoga, Sankhya Yoga and other things will continue for generations and generations. People who want to learn and perceive can always learn and perceive. It's just that the format might change. So 30,000 years ago, it would have been in a very different format, but today it's in a slightly, I would say, lost format because most of the knowledge is getting lost. People are not practicing and other things. But still, I'm giving you a very practical example. Even in today's time, you can go and experience such things if you are in the practices of, yogic practices like Kundalini and other things. Similarly, I found books like we've learned about what weapons Arjuna used in the Mahabharat war, which is what Sri Krishna himself, being his guide, tells him, prepares him. So even when you have a Krishna-like figure guiding you, you have to go through the cycles of karma, right? So Arjuna, who is now in his going into his penance, into his vanvas, as we call it, he has to prepare himself. So what does Sri Krishna says? You have to go first of all, please Mahadev, get all the weapons which will be useful for you later. He does not understand at that point of time why he needs it, but Sri Krishna guides him. So he goes into his penance and worships Mahadev for some time and gets the Pashupatitastra and other weapons, Pashupatastra and other weapons. And he also gets, he also trains himself to be like a transgender dancer. We all know about that, that role he plays later on in his Agyatwas. So the point I'm trying to make is that nobody is out of the karmic cycle. Everybody has to go through their karmic cycle. It's just that if you have a guide like Sri Krishna, if you have a guide like the Bhagavad Gita in the modern world, you are still guided in the right way. You know what you have to do and where you have to put your energies into. And that's very important because everybody, if they are preparing themselves for that higher evolution state, need to be better prepared. So Arjuna, when he goes into this, this preparation mode, he realizes all those things he has learned is going to be utilized later on in the Mahabharat war. Similarly, we as humans have to be in that constant learning mode. We have to learn and evolve. We have to learn and change our format in every life. You will not be born as the same person in every life. You will be born as a different person. But the knowledge never is lost, especially the spiritual knowledge, the Adhyatmic knowledge. It always builds on that. And I try to teach this philosophical vigor that, that the different darshanas, the Yoga, Vedanta, Sankhya, all those are only talking about this preparation. It is also about the psychological and I would say the validity of these things. How do you validate that you're learning? Every experience in meditation, yoga, and self inquiry gives you something new, and you start to see the benefit out of it. And then there is the universal applicability, that these core teachings are like, as you rightly started when you said that I treat it like a manual of life. It is like a manual of life. It is like, it can tell you how to behave with your brother, it can tell you how to behave with your father, how to manage complexities of human minds, how to manage situations that will arise in your life. And it has to arise in your life, because the tests keep on happening all the time for everybody. And then there is a time where we need to understand that karma, meditation, interconnectedness is all globally aligning us to that whole principle, and that whole, I would say, the purpose of life. And the texts like the Bhagavad Gita or the Upanishad are giving you that conscious mind to constantly inquire and find out the purpose and the ethics around it. The living tradition around all this is that, there are millions of scriptures, there are millions of texts. Every text, if you pick any of them, be it the Bhagavad Gita or the Upanishads or the Mahapuranas or anything, start to give you a basic philosophy, a guiding principle on what are you, who you are, what are you here for, what do you need to learn from each of those stories, each of those episodes. So I see them as very simple way of educating the human mind to find ways to avoid conflict or do better conflict resolution. Again, going to that example which I took, that imagine a rishi who is uh, meditating and doing all those things. Do you think anything can trouble him, like what has somebody said to them, or who is doing backbiting about them, or who is doing who is trying to trouble them, or who is any actions of their family members, is anything going to trouble them? No, right? So similarly, if we are training our minds, we come out of that conscious state, into that conscious state again and again, that nothing is going to trouble you in this world, and you will be always in that eternal bliss and happiness. This is what the essence is, I feel, of Bhagavad Gita and all the texts and Sanatan Dharma, that you have to be in that state of mind that I have a purpose of higher growth, higher spiritual living, and anything in this world might happen, but it is not going to affect my state. These Sanskrit mantras, then, which we recite, when we say these words, all of these touch different points in our throat, right? They activate different centers. They activate different centers in our brain. Cortisol levels, if I go into science, are automatically reduced and other things. So stress is gone. So Bhagavad Gita, Sanatan Dharma, each and every principle is about a better way of living, a conscious way of living. A person who is living consciously will never be impacted. They might be impacted momentarily by what is happening in the outside world, which we call the Maya, right? And that's how it's described in the Bhagavad Gita. But what happens is that this purity, this whole process keeps on, if it keeps on happening on a regular basis, you will start to detach. These impacts will be very less on your mind. And this was what was very well taught in the Vedic Gurukul philosophies. Unfortunately, Bharat has lost that philosophy. And we have gone into a very different Macaulay way of system and other things. Otherwise, you can see, we have seen the example of, I can take a few days ago, a 200-year-old tradition has been repeated by a 18, 19-year-old boy from Maharashtra, who was able to recite around 2,000 verses of a particular, Ved, and without even looking at the books for 50 days. And that's why he's been given that huge titles and other things. So it is still possible. It's just, are we, as I said in my first statement, are we ready to perceive the truth? Are we ready to acknowledge that this is who we are and this is why we are born? This is what we need to understand and learn. So I will end my small points on this with by saying that I personally believe the Guru Shishya Parampara should be revived. That's why we try to work with the Gurukul we have here, and we try to also acknowledge the fact that people like Shushrut, Charak, Aryabhat, Bhaskaracharya, Varahamir, Brigu, they were scientists. They were we can call them rishis, maharishis. They lived in a very conscious way of living, but they were scientists. They were constantly experimenting, exploring, learning, and then passing on that knowledge in a written way, in a spiritual way, in a spoken way, so that all of us can learn to live consciously.
Thank
And
you.
any
Thank
knowledge
you,
in this world.
Acharya. Thank you, Acharya Abhinav. Let's include some of our panelists and the lead panelist over here, Dr. Anukul Goswami, resident orthopedic surgeon, and our lead anchor here, Amrita and Kailash. Let's have a comment from them about what they learned from what you are saying over the next 5 minutes before we go to Lena, where again we will have a chit chat with our panels as well, and short talk by Lena and then chit chat with her as well. Anukul, global namaste and your
Global
comment
was
on what Acharya Abhinav Yogi was sharing with us. Over to you. Thank you.
global namaste to everybody. I think Acharya had given so many information. I mean, there's so many points from which we can elaborate. The first thing that what I wanted to sort of emphasize were two things. Firstly, was that Gita is not a religious book. The way the world takes it into religion is coming from the word religare, means you got to think in a particular way. The biggest thing that I think Bharatvarsha has contributed is is the philosophical system which says the entire universe is one, and it goes with the concept of consciousness, which is universal everywhere. So, as it is stated in Nashadya Sukta, in the Rig Veda, that which where they discuss the origin of universe, that there is actually no particular specific origin of universe as such, and God is not something which is there existing. In fact, God is one of our man's creation because we needed to have something to show that it is there. But the consciousness is universal and everywhere. And that is that particular principle which has been the cause of development of the entire Indian knowledge system. And that it has developed the economics behind it, it has developed the architecture behind it. Just because the consciousness is everywhere, I cannot be separated from the trees, I cannot be separated from the animals, I cannot be separated from the earth. And all the five elements of the universe are there in me, and they're all conscious. And that has evolved, that has resulted in evolving the entire concept of philosophy. And therefore, Indian knowledge system does not separate me from economics, from architecture, from the earth, from the trees and everything. And that is where the biggest pleasure of this thing. What is that? The Om Purnamada Purnamidam, that particular shloka, it clearly says how from the everything in the universe you take out everything, and yet all that you left is also left with everything. So infinite, you take out infinity from infinity, you're left with infinity. And these are the essential part of the quantum physics, essential parts of the science, and it is very elaborated and completely discussed very widely in the Isha Upanishad. So I will come and talk about it later on when we come and discuss other aspects of the this particular philosophy. But it's really worth every little bit. Is so scientifically oriented. It's unbelievable.
Thank you, Dr. Anukul. Very well said, Acharya Abhinav ji. I think the whole concept and whatever Dr. Anukul has been also adding up with this whole thing is the ideology of right living and the ideology of right idea as a human being and the purpose of being a human being. So the systems of knowledge that the India gives or the indigenous people of every country give is almost the same because ultimately it is about being a beautiful soul. And when it is a journey of a soul, whether I call it as through its Atma, through Paramatma, or I call it as an energy, or I call it as a spirit or a soul, in any forms, the words might differ, but the essence is the same. And so, very well said about the concepts. I also like the idea about what you emphasized on the Gurukul system of studying, and especially in times of today when children are completely going in the turmoil of an AI being the reality of life, it is at most important to put these children into a system of learning where they can study about realism rather than the virtual realities. I agree that yes, people are very happy and the parents are pretty happy where robotics class are conducted. The AI has been taught from the very beginning, but it is taking up the state somewhere else. I'd like to also welcome Kailash Ji, Global Namaste, and a very warm welcome. Your comments as well before we move further. Thank you very much. And over to you, Riddhi. Thanks.
Global Namaste, Acharya Abhinav. I've really enjoyed your short presentation and I really wanted to listen more because this is like food for my soul. This is what I'm thirsty for. I really want to learn more. And I think, you put in so much effort into this, your work. I'd really like to see this expanding, and if we can deliver online sessions or whatever, we can all benefit from this. And I made a few notes, which I just love because I'm into all this. I just love to learn more about the Vedas, the Upanishads. I think it's got that life answers to everything. Like you said, it's our manual, our life manual. So like you were saying, it's the cosmic energy and what's there is inside us. And we are the instrument. And you're absolutely right. There is this saying, that gut feeling you get. And really, that gut feeling is that cosmic energy that when you connect with the universe, you begin to open up those channels and you begin to, be one with the nature as well. So I love the way that you talked about the Kundalini yoga, the sounds of the cosmics and the vibration. And, I've studied a little bit, it's just out of interest, Vastu. And Vastu is the body of the body. And, often you're right, when you go into some places, especially when I was doing, when I was looking for a new house and some properties I went into, no, you just get that feeling.
Exactly.
But when the right property came along the house and I stepped in, right, this is it, I can see myself and you can feel those vibrations. So absolutely. And like I said, I just, in this consciousness is opening up. And I think, this is so beautiful. Vedic, in our Vedic Shastra, the Vedic knowledge is universal. There is no tag to it and everybody should benefit from that. So thank you so much. And I'd like to connect with you and learn more from you. Thank you.
I've shared the details. Then it's my honor and pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Acharyaji, once again, very well done. I think just from actually listening to the feedback from our panelists today, we can actually see the impact that these conversations are having on people. And it's exactly what you're saying, connecting from the heart. Our heart is where Shri Krishna lives. Our heart is where Bhagwan sits. And by connecting with those qualities, not only are we connecting within ourselves, but we're connecting with the cosmos around us as well. And subsequently, we're actually uplifting humanity. We're uplifting mankind. We're uplifting Matrabhumi. And that's really what it comes down to. And I think you said it best when you said to be able to chant those shlokas, to be able to go back to those shlokas, not in any of the translations, but in the Sanskrit form as they were originally intended to be, because that's where we can really start to connect with the vibrations. That's where we can really start to connect with the Bija mantras and see the impact that those vibrations have in our life. So very well done. And I also wanted you to meet Leena Ji, who is our next speaker. A global namaste to you, Leena Ji.
Namaste.
And the great thing about Leena Ji, Abhijit, you might be interested to know as well, is the fact that she also works with students. She's a head teacher of the school herself. She's also got the platform Think Gita, which she has put together alongside Keshava Swamiji of the Bhaktivedanta Manor. So she teaches these things on a regular basis, again, to get students to connect within, to their sanskars, to their values, to what it actually means to be a youngster in society today, not in a way where they're actually getting stuck in duality, but a way where they're really connecting with their roots. And I believe that our roots are so rich. There's so much that we can actually take from them to be able to bring this out and to be young, dynamic leaders in society today. So, Leena Ji, it gives me a great privilege to be able to introduce you here today. Please tell us more about Think Gita.
So before I begin, So I think Gita is something I'm a trustee of. So it's a platform where youngsters can connect with aspects of the Gita. We're also writing a spiritual curriculum for schools whereby they can like connect with, for example, feelings of loneliness or low self-esteem, and how to deal with those sort of situations through the Bhagavad Gita. So I will begin by firstly offering my obeisances to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, who gave the world the Bhagavad Gita as it is, revealing its message not only as philosophy, but as a complete way of life. So I also offer my heartful gratitude to Swayam Bhagwan Keshav Swami, whose inspiration actually has led me to study the Gita and share its wisdom in daily life. I offer my obeisances to all the Vaishnavas, the teachers, the mentors who guide us and show us through their own example how to live the Gita in the middle of a modern life. And I offer my gratitude to all of you for being here, for pausing your busy day and to spend some time learning and to hear the timeless wisdom of the Gita. So we will begin by chanting 3 Oms. Om, 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 Om Agnanatimirandasya Gnananjana Shilakya Chakshur Anmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So this basically means I was born in the darkness of ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes. With the torchlight of knowledge, I offer my humble obeisances unto him. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I offer my respectful obeisances to the Supreme Lord Sri Vasudev, who himself is Krishna. So the Gita was spoken for hearts like us. Srila Prabhupada often said Bhagavad Gita is a perfect guide for the human being. It is practical, not theoretical. Krishna did not speak the Gita in a peaceful forest or temple. He spoke it on a battlefield, the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Because that is where we live. Each one of us has our own battlefield. Each one of us has our own battles. For example, in conflict between expectations and reality, in emotional overwhelm, in moral confusion, in stress, in pressure, in any type of uncertainty. So Keshav Swami, in his thought, says, if your life feels like Kurukshetra, then the perfect Gita was spoken exactly for you. The Gita is not an escape from life, it is a map through life. So let us look at spiritual life in a busy world, in a world of technology. So one of the most common questions that people ask us is, how can I be spiritual when my life is so busy? We have work deadlines, we have family responsibilities, we have WhatsApp messages to deal with, so many emails, so many notifications, bills to pay, people to care for, endless to-do lists. So many people feel that you need to put a hold on to all of this and go straight to the Himalayas, or to run from life, or to run away from their inbox, or to just shut down, or even just become a sadhu. But this is not the correct way. So let us see how the Bhagavad Gita unfolds this in the few chapters, the first 3 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita. So in the Bhagavad Gita as it is, when Arjuna sees his teachers, cousins, uncles and loved ones all standing opposite him in the battlefield, his heart breaks, he trembles, he loses strength, he drops his bows and says, I will not fight. This moment represents every human being facing a moral confusion, an emotional overwhelm and fear. The guidance Krishna gives Arjuna is not harsh or dismissive, it is compassionate, deep and transformational. So, in the 5 instructions that Krishna gives Arjuna, you are not the body, you are the eternal soul. Krishna begins with spiritual reality. The soul is eternal. It cannot be killed, nor can it kill. Arjuna was grieving for human bodies, but Krishna reminds him, the body dies, but the soul continues. Relationships of the soul are never broken. This understanding frees Arjuna from fear of physical death. It is important for Arjuna to understand this, as he is duty-bound, and thus Krishna shifts Arjuna's mindset from emotion to truth and from confusion to clarity. He says it is your dharma, which is your sacred duty, to protect righteousness. Arjuna is a Kshatriya, a warrior meant to uphold justice, so Krishna explains there is no better duty for a warrior than to fight for dharma. Not for anger, not for ego, but for the protection of society and virtue. Here Krishna teaches that our duty is not based on comfort, but on responsibility. Act, but do not be attached to the results. Krishna teaches us you have a right to perform. Krishna teaches us you have a right to perform your duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits. If Arjuna acts with attachment, fear, ego, expectation, he will suffer. But if he acts as a service to Krishna, he becomes free from this attachment. Here Krishna is teaching karma yoga. Do what is right, surrender the outcome. I am guiding you from within your heart. Krishna reminds Arjuna that he is not a distant God. He is the Paramatma, the divine guide within. I dwell in the heart of all beings. Arjuna, you are not alone. I reside within you. You are leading. You leading, and I am guiding, and being your very strength. Just as Krishna guides Arjuna, he guides us through intuition, consciousness, aspiration, inspiration, and inner strength. Surrender your actions onto me, and I will carry you. At the end, Krishna gives Arjuna the most loving instruction in the entire Gita. Abandon all varieties of duty, and just surrender unto me. I will protect you from all fears. Do not worry. Krishna promises Arjuna spiritual protection, inner peace, guidance, and freedom from all fears. Do not worry. Krishna promises Arjuna spiritual protection, inner peace, guidance, and freedom from anxiety. When Arjuna surrenders, he regains clarity and he says, my illusion is now gone. I am prepared to act according to your word. In essence, Krishna is teaching Arjuna to rise above fear, remember his spiritual identity, and perform his duty without attachment, surrender to God, and trust that Krishna himself will guide and protect him. In chapter 3 of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna introduces karma yoga, the yoga of action. This chapter teaches a profound truth. Spiritual life is not separate from daily life. It is revealed through the way we live our daily life. It addresses 3 very practical questions that every seeker eventually asks. Do I have to go to work? Can't I just renounce everything and be spiritual? What is the difference between ordinary work and spiritual work? How can I transform my everyday activities into a spiritual practice? Krishna makes a powerful point early in the chapter. No one can escape action, even for a moment. Srila Prabhupada comments on this. Renunciation does not mean to stop working. Renunciation means to stop working for oneself. As long as we live in this world, the modes of material nature push us into activity. The body moves, the mind thinks, the senses reach outward, everything is constantly in motion. In his purport, Srila Prabhupada emphasized that even a person who sits quietly, thinking, I'm not doing anything, is still acting, as at least on the mental platform. So the Gita offers a clear instruction. The real question is not will I act, because you must. The real question is, for whom am I acting and with what consciousness? Some people try to become spiritual by withdrawing from life. I'll stop working. I'll avoid everything. I'll cut my responsibility. But Krishna warns Arjuna that simply giving up external activities does not purify the heart. If the mind is still filled with desires, worries, or plans for enjoyment, then the real renunciation has not yet begun. When the Gita says we cannot escape action, it means that changing our external situation does not automatically change our internal state. In modern language, you can quit your jobs, yet carry on with your anxiety within you. This means that external changes do not automatically remove problems. If your stress comes from fear of failure, comparing yourself to others, lack of confidence, attachment to results, worry about what other people think, then simply leaving the job does not solve the inner issue. The environment changes, but the inner turbulence still remains. So you can switch off your mobile phones, for example, but still you can scroll endlessly inside your mind. You may continue replaying old conversation, imagining what's going to happen in the future, comparing yourself to others, worrying about what's going to happen, and overthinking everything. The mind is still very busy, distracted and restless, even without external stimulation. This shows that real peace does not come from shutting out the world, it comes from calming the mind. This is why the Gita gives such compassionate but firm guidance. Don't run away from life, transform your relationships with it. Krishna is telling Arjun and all of us, you don't become spiritual by avoiding responsibilities. You don't become peaceful by hiding from challenges. You don't grow by escaping situations. Instead of running away from the world, learn how to move through the world with wisdom. The transformation has to happen inside, in your attitude, in your intentions, and in your consciousness. True spirituality does not come from escaping your duties, but from elevating the consciousness within which you perform them. This is the heart of karma yoga. The same action done with selfishness binds. The same action done with devotion liberates. It is not what you do, it is why you do it, how you do it, and for whom you are doing it. You can cook, for example, as a chore, or you can cook as a service to Krishna. You can work for ego, or you can work as an offering. You can fulfill responsibilities with resentments, or you can fulfill them with gratitude. The actions may look the same, but the consciousness makes all the difference. In essence, you don't need to escape life to be spiritual. You need to spiritualize the way you live. This is the essence of the Gita. The Gita's wisdom is practical, compassionate, and transformational. At the heart of karma yoga, work should be done as a sacrifice for Krishna. Otherwise, work binds us. Srila Prabhupada explains, very simply, when we work for our own selfish enjoyment, we become bound by karma. When we work for Krishna in a spirit of offering, that same work becomes purifying. The same action can be karma if it is done for a selfish motive, or karma yoga if it is done as an offering, without attachment to a personal gain. Krishna's teaching is not stop working, stop caring, or stop trying. His teaching is work with devotion, not obsession, work with offering, not exploitation. For example, a simple inner prayer during the day could be, Krishna, this is for you. Please accept my effort. So let's look at this practically. A kind of spiritual training program that we can all live every single day. So what do I get? So rather than say, what do I get? You could say, how can I serve? Krishna explains that most people act for personal enjoyment. This is ordinary karma. But karma yoga means shifting the center from I am the enjoyer to Krishna is the enjoyer and I am the servant. Srila Prabhupada often emphasized that the real happiness comes from when we reconnect with our soul as servants of Krishna and servants of each other. So in daily life, at work, how can I be helpful here? How can I bring Krishna into this? How can I bring such qualities into this? Such as honesty, compassion, patience, all into this meeting would make my life much nicer and will be pleasing to Krishna. At home, how can I serve my family as part of serving Krishna, not as my personal empire? In traffic, shops, queues, how can I respond as a devotee, not as a frustrated consumer? When we shift, what do I get, to how can I serve, our inner atmosphere changes. Arjun wants. So let us look at the duty of Swadharma as love in action. Our Swadharma are particular roles and responsibilities. Arjun wants to avoid his duty because it is hard and painful. Krishna tells him that avoiding one's duty out of fear is not real spirituality. In modern life, our duties might be being a parent, a colleague, a caretaker, a friend, or a community member. Srila Prabhupada explains that real duty means to act according to one's position in a spirit of responsible service, not out of laziness or escapism. In everyday life, let's reflect. Where has Krishna placed me right now? What are the responsibilities he's entrusted on me? How can I perform them nicely as my offering to him? We may not like every task, but when we see duty as a gifted opportunity to serve it, it becomes an expression of love, not just an obligation. So, in leadership, for example, we must lead by example. We all influence someone in some way or the other. One of the profound values Krishna teaches in the Bhagavad Gita is a principle of leadership by example. In the Bhagavad Gita 3.21, Krishna says, whatever great people do, others follow. Whatever standards they set, the world pursues. We might think I'm not a leader, but in reality, parents lead children. Older siblings lead their younger ones. Senior colleagues lead juniors. Friends influence each other. Even on social media, we influence people who we don't even know. Whether we intend to or not, we are always teaching through our behavior. And Srila Prabhupada embodied Gita leadership. He didn't expect from others what he didn't first expect from himself. His leadership qualities were
And I
not
think
there.
actually that's the key message here as well, is yogic leadership, being able to empower ourselves first and then to empower those that are in our circles on different levels, to be able to just be that shining beacon of light for other people to look at and other people to be inspired by. And isn't that a great message in itself, where we're filling ourselves first, we're filling ourselves up first, we're filling up those cups with self-love, with gratitude, with leadership, so that then we can actually inspire the next generation. And this leadership can keep continuing throughout the levels. And even it might even just be as simple as actually having a conversation with a friend in need. And that friend actually gains something from that conversation, which changes their perspective on life, because we've actually had a little bit more experience in a particular situation which they may not have, and vice versa as well. So we have the ability there to lead and to influence each other. I think that's just so great in itself. Anukulji, what are your views on this?
Absolutely right. I mean, I was just listening to the whole thing. Something that struck me both for Lina, from Lina ji's talk as well as Acharya ji's, was karmane adhikaraste. Now, it's very interesting to understand this, because in our entire philosophical system, we don't have any adhikars. That's interesting. Adhikar is never given to anybody. It is a very special adhikar that you are born. The only adhikar you have is to work. And I often try to explain to others, it's just like when you get a job and employment in a particular, say, for me, it's a hospital or going to a place to work. Now that you've got an ID card, you can get inside and do various things that you need to do. Otherwise, don't have an entry into it. Once we have been born on this earth, we have the only one thing to do, and that is to do our karma properly. And that karma is what constitutes our fundamental traits, that we just cannot be sitting idle. That's number one. I still remember there was a very interesting story that Gandhiji's mother, who was so-called uneducated, but in reality a very knowledgeable lady, she was asked after the Second World War, Gandhiji was asked that, what do you think should be done after the Germans, where so many of them were killed, so many killed the Jews? What do you think should be the adhikar of the people? What should be the normal rights, human rights? And she commented something very, very interesting. She said, I don't think anybody has any rights. If you take care of the others, then others will take care of you. And that is so very subtle and so very important message, that we can only do the duty to make sure that we do our dharma. That is to hold on and uphold the entire universe. And that is from where we got all our karmic results. So I think our main issue is not to consider rights, but our duties all the time.
Fantastic, very well said. And yes, we can only actually influence those actions which are in our sphere. We can't actually move outside of that sphere. And so by actually influencing the actions which we can, that's where we're actually just got the right to act. Even in the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna clearly says, don't look at the fruits of your actions, but do your duties, and do your duties wholeheartedly. Fantastically said, Ankuji. Amritaji, what are your perspectives on this?
Yeah, I had been listening to Acharya ji and also Leena ji, and sometimes I really find the complete idea of understanding life has been derived from the life itself. And therefore, as is been said, like yatha pinde tata brahmande and tata brahmande yatha pinde. So that concept is very well versed, I think, more than us in the plants and animals. And if you see what Dr. Anukulji had been saying, we are the only ones who thinks about the fruit of the karma. Plants don't think about the fruit of karma, neither do the animals. They just do the karmas. And that's why they don't fall into the pitfall of suffering. They don't fall into the pitfall of attachments. They don't fall into the pitfall of my and you with an ego. They just perform their deeds. There is an immense unconditional love that the plants share, being from the science background, as a physician, as a scientist. Plants release so beautiful hormones when they are in love with other plants in ecology. Animals release so many beautiful hormones, again, in terms of pheromones, and the plants release in terms of growth hormones, which we see, which is such a good, um, it's a good picture of something which is beyond what we can't even see. And if we see, we just have two eyes to see, but still we don't see. That's the irony, actually. And that's what the old way the system is, to see beyond the eyes and the senses, which we fall off. But the nature has gifted plants and animals beautiful senses that are beyond the vision. And so without the eyes, they can see so much. And I think it's very important to learn from them. Thank you very much, Leena ji.
There's one small thing I want to add to Amritaji's
Yeah.
notation. And the only reason I think we have got the ability to intellectualize and think so much, quite unlike the animals or the things, is that we are the only ones who can ultimately realize the consciousness. There's no other organism in the whole universe, trees, plants, and everything. They are manifesting consciousness, but we are the only one who can actually realize it and discuss it, and that's why we talk of moksha and things like that, that we ultimately mix with the universal consciousness. So I think we have the intellect to understand it and feel it.
Yes, yes, definitely. Among all the yonis, that is why Manushya yoni is considered to be the most superior,
Yes.
because they are blessed with that. But we don't use the blessings, we use the other side of it. And if we start using it, I think where the life has come from, it might go for a very beautiful journey. Acharya ji, what are your comments on what Leena ji has said? And then we'll have a comment from Kailashi as well. Over to you. Thank you.
First of all, I'm, bowing my head on the work that the foundation and Leena ji and Prabhupada ji has done, and Keshav Swami ji is expanding. I know personally Keshav Swami ji as well, so he's been part of some of my programs. It's always so amazing to connect and understand the knowledge that they are sharing. Picking up on some of the key points, I would say that, yada yada hi dharmasya glanirбhavati bharata abhyutthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijanyam paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya च दिष्टिकाम dharma संस्थापनार्थाय शंभवानी युगे युगे. In every yug, there is somebody who is there to spread that righteousness, the path of the complete way of living. And I think the ISKCON and the others who are doing that are doing it in an amazing way, because it's universal and we all can connect to it. And even my personal Bhagavad Gita is the ISKCON one, so I read that a lot, and because it goes into the depth of things, there is much more to understand. And as Dr. Anukul said, and Leela ji, you also pointed out that the human body and the human mind are the only ones who are capable of understanding this knowledge in a very subtle way. As we were discussing about the plants, I mean, even plants have Kundalini energy. It is known that plants grow because of that energy only. But they cannot perceive the knowledge the way human mind can. and hence we are blessed to have that life and that living consciousness brain that is inside us that can perceive all that knowledge. That is why we are able to always constantly evolve. And the work you are doing with children, I think that is the foundation we need to lay now in many ways, because this knowledge has been passed to us by our grandparents. Maybe some of us were born in India and had that things coming to us in a natural way. What is very important, the way I see it in US, UK, and other places where our diaspora is now, that how do we connect our children to these things? How do we make them practice and ask them to read the Gita, or ask them to read the Ramayana on a day-to-day basis, and not just read it, understand it from that point that it is not a religious text. It is not even a thing that you have to do as a ritual and your mom and dad will be happy. It is something that you need to start doing so that you can avoid all the other conflicts that you are going to face as a teenager, be it the bad things in the society like drugs and other things. These texts are what will drive you towards the righteous way of living and stop you from having that conflict that the human brain starts to have at that young age, that what is right, what is wrong, my parents are not good, the world is unfair. This is what I keep hearing from so many children now, that they feel so privileged that they feel the world is unfair to them. Imagine you feeling like that 40 years ago. You wouldn't have felt that. So the world is also changing, the thought process is changing. I think these texts and the work that is foundations like ISKCON and so many other religious foundations are doing is crucial to bring back that grounding that is needed to connect everyone. That's all I will say. Dhanyavad.
Thank you. Thank you. Kailash, your comments.
Global Namaste, Rinaji. Again, very inspirational. You know, what you just read out resonates with so many things in my life as an educator. And actually, I just mentioned that the children, the youths, I think that's very important to impart that knowledge. You know, as educators, if we can bring that into our curriculum, into our schools, that is the way forward. I think, you know, this is absolutely fundamental, you know, that we all kind of work towards that goal, basically, because it's our next generation, our young youths and children that need this now, as well as us. Because I came to this country very young, so I never went to any Hindu schools. But what I learned was from my home, from my parents, and then the mandis were all then obviously we started building mandis where I am, so we were able to impart this knowledge. But I think it's absolutely crucial now that we have all this medium, you know, about online and all the social media, that we can spread this wonderful message to everyone, especially the youths. The other thing you mentioned about was ourself. You know, it's not about the environment, it's about our thought process, how we deal with situation. I thought it was very powerful, actually, because you can go anywhere, but if we don't change within ourselves, then that problem is always going to be there. So it's by introspecting, you know, yourself, where we are, you know, and I thought that's so beautiful. I'm going to take that away with me and keep practicing. I know I've been told many times, but I think we need to do that. So it's not about others, it's about us reflecting on ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Riddhi, it's time to welcome our next guest from USA.
And so,
Namaste
Amrita, I
and
just want to say, just to go back to our two speakers that we just had, Lena G and Ko, go and check them out on thinkgita.com. They are doing some amazing work there to be able to promote the Gita, to be able to promote the teachings, to really take Sanatana Dharma to the next level. So go and check this out, and also go and check out Acharya Abhinav Yogi's work as well. He is on the abhiyogishow.com, and he does some fantastic podcasts throughout Sanatana Dharma to really showcase what Sanatana Dharma is about in the modern day world, to be able to take ourselves to the next level, to be able to free ourselves of any limitations and to be able to go further. And also, Lena has just dropped in a message as well. You can connect with her on lena1drona@hotmail.com. Please do reach out to them. They are absolutely amazing. And that takes me on very nicely to the next segment of our show here today as well. A very warm global namaste to you, Prashant ji. It's amazing to have you here with us today.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
Prashantji, for those of you that don't know, he's a part of Vayu. He is the CMO, which is the Chief Marketing Officer at Vivekananda University, Yoga University, and it's the first yoga university outside of Bharat that works on graduate courses, online graduate courses, covering things like the master's and the PhD, and really helping us to be able to delve further into what yoga really means, beyond all of the asanas, beyond all of the pranayams, but really to be able to embed those qualities within ourselves, to be able to really start to wake up, to see things from a different dynamic perspective. And that's one of the things that he also goes a lot deeper in with his yogic leadership. And it's just so great to be able to learn from these people when they're actually showing us things that was started in the 1990s, and they still worked on 30 years later to get to where they are now. And it's just so encouraging and so dynamic and so diversified to look into some of these practices. And especially for Prashantji, who's not just actually taught us as students, but he's also had the real life experience. He's also gone into corporations, taught corporations, he's taught different leaders, and he's really just enabled us to see things from a different perspective. Prashantji, welcome here. Tell us a little bit more.
Yes, thank you very much, Riddhi, and all of you here. And in the spirit of Swami Vivekananda, let me say, my sisters and brothers of this beautiful ecosystem here that we are addressing, and it's a privilege and honor to be here on this Sunday. So I'm just going to take a little bit of your time. This is part of my 40 years of some seva in this field. My better half is a Sanskrit scholar, and together we have done some work. Again, the work has come out of us thanks to again all the grace of gurus and God. So in that context, this weaves so beautifully from the previous speakers and now to this topic of yogic leadership. Just a little bit on the personal side, I was on Wall Street once upon a time, and I saw a lot of things, good, bad, ugly. And I was in the heightened spirit of yoga practice and so on. And then few things came out. I said, hey, what are the attributes of leadership that really make sense for handling all the stress of life? This is all about, day to day, not secluding yourself and renunciating yourself. So certain attributes came to my mind. We published them, and it's presented worldwide in different fashions. So it all comes back to this inspiration called Krishna. And he's called the Purna Purushottam, the enlightened being. And what are the attributes you take from Krishna himself? It's a daring. He dealt with his own mama, his own uncle, who was a bully, and so on and so forth. And he taught dharma to Arjuna, who was I call it an anxiety disorder. And then he really straightened him up, saying that, hey, wake up, arise and awake. And that's kind of the message of Vivekananda, is arise and awake. Uttishta Jagrata. So 6 leadership attributes came about. A 5-year-old can spell the word leader, Leader. Okay, so let's see, what is L for then? So if you want sustainable leadership, remember, this is not about being a leader on a pedestal somewhere and then say, oh, I'm a leader. So it's all about sustainably, how do you lead? We even use the vocabulary, I lead my life. How do you lead a life? That's what parents talk about and so on. So L came to me as level-headedness. And where have you heard level-headedness? In Bhagavad Gita, for example. Chapter 2, verse 48 says, Samatvam yoga uchyate. So evenness of mind, equanimity of mind is yoga. So now you see what happens when there's crisis. You can always blow your head up top, and anger comes to you. But can that be sustained to really lead something out of a crisis? And I was in management where we were actually given this training where we said, hey, you're on 27th floor and then a fire erupts. What do you do as the first thing? And you would think, hey, call 911, call this, call that. And the right answer was take a deep breath. So that's what is taught in yoga is, hey, pranayame vinyogaha. So it comes back to level-headedness for sustainable leadership. Yeah, you can get angry. We also need to get angry for the right reasons. But then you let go of that and take a deep breath and say, move on. So it comes back to a very practical tool to become level-headed. We have a story in Ramayana from Valya becoming Valmiki, Rishi Valmiki. So there is a transformation possible. We always try to change the world, and the first thing is to change yourself. So self-management becomes self-transformation, and the word self-realization, if that's too heavy for you, forget about it. Just focus on transforming. So one breath at a time, we transform ourselves. So that becomes L for level-headedness as a long-term strategy for leadership. Hope that resonates. Again, it's okay, you don't have to agree with every attribute here, but these are universal attributes. We just heard about universal focus, and that's what Vivekananda talked about, is universal welfare. We really care. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Then comes E. What is E all about? Efficiency. And again, Bhagavad Gita teaches us, chapter 2, verse 50, Yoga Karmasu Kaushalam. Kushalta, dexterity in action, is yoga. So you see, if you really want to do something, we don't have unlimited resources. We already are seeing the scarcity of resources because of the distribution issue and so on. So there's disparity in the world. And all that can happen with an efficiency in the mindset of a leader who can then execute things accordingly. So efficiency in action is yoga. Again, directly from the Bhagavad Gita, that becomes very relevant for day-to-day leadership, no matter you're driving a $5 billion business or you're a 5-year-old trying to go to your school and do your daily routine and so on. So then becomes very important A for aware. See, if a leader is not aware, you're in trouble. If he's only self-aware for self gratification, you're in further trouble. Narcissistic leadership can really be a thorn in the neck. So aware. And what's the first awareness you can have? So this is the beauty, where there's a practice component built in here. This is not just about talking for the sake of talking. It's about living that awareness. So if I'm a leader leading a team, I need to be aware of my team's problems. So compassion becomes a very awesome tool of first becoming aware. There's empathy, and then taking an action on that awareness. So awareness is a quality that you can develop. Again, if you just put your hand under your nose, again, talk about practicality. Are you aware of your breath? Which nostril is active? Right, left, both. And that awareness helps you even, your current state of the state. So this is the beauty, that you have all the tools within you to manage yourself, to transform yourself. And all the wisdom, of course, of the Bhagavad Gita is there, and beyond that as well. So that's the beauty here, that L for level-headedness, E for efficiency. So efficient leader, level-headed leader for long-term, remember. And then for aware, so that you're aware of your needs of the team. So you have empathy towards them, and then you have compassion. I mean, one thing I had to do as part of my management thing was give kind of a synopsis of what kind of leader would I be. And I said the old-fashioned way is, is by fear and intimidation. We have seen that, toxic leaders, we actually tremble and feel like running away from there. What's the other side of it? It's passion and compassion. We got to have the drive so that we are inspiring others. But it's not just dry passion. There's also compassion. Hey, how are you doing? I would say that, hey, if a Friday morning you come and just say hi for the sake of saying hi. No agenda, no task. Otherwise, we become taskmasters. So again, that awareness is a very important quality in a leader that, again, is universal and so on. Then comes D. This is very important, that daring. D for daring. So bold leadership. Remember, you can try to be a popular leader. You cannot go too far. Then again, the ego just kicks in, and then it becomes that self-gratifying thing versus really you're trying to do the right thing. So D for daring. And dhairya. How do you build a dhairya? One of the emotions that really plagues us on a day-to-day basis is anxiety. You cannot take it lightly. People are on drugs and so on with that. So I say 3 emotions plague us. One is sadness that impacts your heart, other is fear that impacts your gut, and of course anger that impacts your liver. So three things. And again, here you can see in the leadership attributes, the level-headedness, can really know how to calm down and take the action that is needed in a level-headed way so that it's sustainable. So D for daring. So how do you really build that courage? If you're in front of a bully, what do? A smile actually can be really good intimidation for that bully. So these are the simple tricks of the trade, but your pranayama, prana is your basic tool. And then with that, you can see when you take a deep breath, anxiety cannot touch you, anger cannot touch you, sadness cannot touch you. Really at energizing yourself, and then you're learning to let go. So again, simple but effective and very practical of how to become a daring leader, to just take charge of the situation with a deep breath, and then move on and so on and so forth. Then comes E, another E. Again, we heard about exemplary leadership. That's the only way to lead. We can again talk about it forever, but if you're not acting, you're not leading by example, why bother, right? If I'm eating bhajia and say eat fruits, well, I'm not authentic anymore of that my leadership conversation. So it comes back to exemplary leadership, lead by example. And then the punchline becomes R for righteousness, dharmam chara, satyam vada. So we have all the ethical principles of yoga there, in the Ashtanga yoga, and of course the Bhagavad Gita talks about it. So righteousness becomes your punchline to do the right thing, not again try to be a popular leader, but be a righteous leader, so that you can handle a situation and then take people out of crisis, and then create that beautiful ecosystem that is sustainable over the long term. So in a very simplistic way, these are the 6 leadership attributes that you've taken from Bhagavad Gita and from ancient wisdom, which is applicable today in 2025, in 2026, and so on and so forth. So this is very universal, and again, there are practical tools. Remember, this is not just having these 6 6 letters and then their corresponding attributes, but something you can practice. So level-headedness you can practice, efficiency you can practice, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of the big picture I want to share here. This is all written up. It's published in a Hindu book of economics and business back in 2010, 2011, and it's also there. It's part of the Yoga Therapy Today and the IAYT December 2010 article there, again, because this is very relevant to all of us. Again, people come to us. Now, I'm a certified yoga therapist. People come to us with anxiety disorders, come with their so many life issues, and it all comes back to peeling the onion one breath at a time and slowly in giving the solutions. And we have dealt with kids. I was a resident acharya in Bridgewater, New Jersey, where we spent 16 years, and we would get camps with hundreds of people, hundreds of kiddos, and then these solutions, simple solutions, would be really very, very effective. Talk about selfless action, karma yoga. Again, leaders, you must have heard about a book called Leaders Eat Last. So that was always the hard thing for kiddos to do, is to say, hey, postpone your gratification. Let someone else go in front of you and enjoy a meal or something like that. Or if a crisis happens in a camp, the toilets would overflow, and say, hey, who's going to be the selfless leader who comes forward and actually takes an action towards that. So this is very practical, karma, bhakti, jnana, all these, and then Raja Yoga, of course, as the big picture here that Patanjali has given us. So these are the practical tools that you can do them in a boardroom, in a classroom, in a homeroom. So that's really kind of my sharing here of the day. And again, I respect everybody's time here. So Riddhi, let me just pause here. Hope this kind of made sense, that 6 attributes, universal attributes of leadership taken from our ancient wisdom, and that's kind of the message I want to share here. Thank you for the opportunity. Namaste.
Thank you, Prashantji, and it's wonderful. And I will actually add one as well. Mana prashayama. To be able to keep our mind calm, even among the storm, because there's so many situations in life where our minds will be stuck in dualities, hot and cold, happiness and sadness. And if we're not careful, we can easily fall into binary ways of thinking. But to be able to transform those emotions, to be able to look for even the glimmer of hope. And it's so powerful to just be able to give somebody hope, to be able to transform and have that empathy and compassion for the individual, and to be able to transform them into a better way of being. Perhaps it's just a mind shift. Perhaps it's just a little shift that they need, but that little shift can go such a long way. So it's wonderful to hear just what leader actually means to you, and all of the different ways and all of the different perspectives in which one can actually be a leader. Anukulji, your views, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Both for Prashant ji and Lena ji, both of you have advised on breathing exercises and things like that, particularly in schools. When I was reading about the Gurukul system of education in India, one of the things that I learned was the first thing they were taught when they came to the Gurus was to how to breathe. And apparently it took quite some time, because that would help them not only to learn how to breathe, but also to be able to focus. And I was taught about something about the statue of Ganesh, who is sitting in a meditative posture. So he's got one leg which is bent by the knee. That is deep contemplation. The right leg is on the ground. That means he's also grounded. So contemplation, grounded, that is his karmic activities. And the third thing, which is possibly very important, was the rat, the mouse, sorry, it should be not the rat, the mouse. And that is the distracting factor. Now, I remember from my school days to even later on, one of the things I was always told that, come on, focus and pay attention and get to the stuff. But we were never taught how to pay attention, and how the thoughts come in your mind, and how to take them away from you. These are essential part of the what we call the Gurukul system of education. I wish they could be introduced. For a small question for Lena ji, that is there any what you call data available here within UK, where there's a comparative study on the outcomes of Gurukul system versus the traditional system of education here?
There is, but I couldn't refer to it, I'm afraid. We used it when we did our research, and when we started to write our curriculum, we did do some research, and it did show that the breathing techniques and to take a pause and to reflect was more empowering than just a child sitting in a lesson and taking in lots and lots of information, because actually that information, only a percentage of that was going in. Had they had started their lesson with a small reflection, a breathing technique, they would be able to concentrate for longer, and therefore, and also regain the information. So nowadays, what they're saying in the schools is that the children are not able to remember what they're learning. So they'll read a book, or they'll just be in a lecture or in a classroom, and they're not able to retain the information. And the reason they're not able to retain that information is because their mind is wandering and they are distracted. And so, like how you said, the mouse and the position that Ganesh is sitting in, all these things are really important in order for the child to focus and stay focused in a lesson. So how we start our lessons is by a technique called box breathing. So our children first come into the classroom, first thing in the morning, all the distractions of the world are set behind them, and they come in, because everyone's had a different journey in. Some people's parents are really strict, so they've had a little slap before they've come in, or some people's parents have shouted at them before they've come to school, or they've got lots of siblings, so the siblings are screaming, shouting. So they've come into this school with so much anxiety, so much going on in their head, or they've got the bus and they're getting late for school, so they've had to run, so many things. They've got on the train, which is jam-packed. So much has gone on in this child's, first few moments of coming into school. So what we've learned is that if we just let them relax, wind down, and breathe correctly before they even start a lesson, they'll be more relaxed, and they'll be able to absorb any information that we give them. And in fact, they won't be as agitated, And another thing that really is agitating today's children is the mobile phone. So, they walk into the school with the phone, they're with the phone all the time, and suddenly it's in their bag, it goes bloop, you know. So we've also, you know, gone away from having a mobile phone at school as well. So the idea is, you know, when they are with us, they're totally focused. So we have two sets of breathing techniques, and that's first thing in the morning when they arrive, and then straight after lunch, because after lunch you're feeling a little bit bloated, you're feeling a little bit heavy, and it's been a long day, you know, and you've eaten on top of that. So you're either lethargic when you get back to the lessons, or you can again reconnect. And the way we again realign them is by having that breathing technique. So what we do in our spiritual curriculum as well is we teach them to pause, to breathe, and to reflect. So we have written some books as well. I mean, some of them are here that we are using in the curriculum. So they're called My Amazing Journal. So we've got three series of these books, and these kind of walk the child through any anxieties, anything that, you know, they could come across. So, for example, who are your heroes in your life? You know, they could talk about those. We talk about meditation, you know, how heroes meditate, how, you know, you've got role models who meditate as well. We talk about the moment of truth, thinking deeper. We look into the soul. We talk about the soul. Now, if we start talking about these things in an early age, you know, we're allowing the child very organically to connect with themselves, rather than connecting with the outside world. First of all, find your inner self is what we're trying to teach. Get to know you, your inner self. Once they know that, they'll know their strengths, their weaknesses, what makes them flourish, and what brings them down. Because there is too much going on in the world. Like you said earlier, there's drugs, alcohol, there's abusive relationships, there's so much out there that the children are exposed to very early in their lives. And that's not it might not even be happening in their own home, but it could be happening in a friend's home, or it could be they see it on social media, they've seen it on a YouTube channel, or even the telly, you know. So there's so many distractions out there. So what we teach them is come away from that, come into the classroom and work with us. And the most important thing for us is that they connect with themselves. So yes, we teach them the curriculum, maths, English, science, but before we even touch any of that, we teach them to connect with themselves. Our model has been very successful so far, and you know, we are expanding, we are growing. So like I said, you know, you've got my email address there. You can connect with me if you've got any other questions, or if you want to know how and where we've got our research and things like that from. You're most welcome to connect with me. But the idea is, you know, connection really with your own self.
That's wonderful,
Thank you.
Lena G. I
Thank
think
you.
you've just gone a lot of depth there into how students are actually traumatized and some of the baggage that they're carrying with them. And even though they're in school, even though they're actually going through the school curriculum, there's still something going on in their head. There's still some kind of baggage which they haven't let go of. Anukulji, coming back to your question, something that we've seen happening in the news very recently in the UK is working alongside Krishna Avanti, they have now been in the top 5% in Harrow, and they have got excellent results. They've got the accreditation of grade 8s in 96% of their subjects. And it comes back to this whole reiteration here of sanskars, sanskriti, and then learning from there. One of the things that, because we actually, as Yokulam, have worked with Krishna Avanti, so we know some of the principles of which they're actually using in their yoga classes and how they're actually getting their students to start to focus, how they're stopping all of this mindless scrolling that happens on mobile phones during breaks or during lunches, times where students think that their teachers aren't watching them, times when they think, okay, I'm with my friends, I can have a bit of fun. But fun for them involves going on Facebook or going on Instagram and mindlessly scrolling through lots and lots of things, or even just watching their favorite show, but their favorite show will go on for hours on end. And there is absolutely no control over how they're using their phone. One of the things that we've done is used Tratak, simply getting a devil, lighting the devil, and allowing the students to focus and defocus in the form of dhyana and dharana. And this we do basically over a 20-minute process. So a 20-minute process when the students first come in to school, a 20-minute process just after they've had lunch. And what we're finding is that their focus improves drastically. They're a lot more emotionally aware because all they've done is turned off this constant chitter chatter that's happening in their heads. They've turned off all of this background noise and they've just come into a moment of stillness. And even just having that moment of stillness has enabled them to connect within themselves. I said earlier, Shri Krishna lives in our hearts. Bhagwan is with us all the time, but it's about knowing how to tap into that vibrational energy, knowing how to lift ourselves up, even amidst everything else that's happening, even amidst all of those crowded atmospheres, to be able to find that moment of stillness brings so much peace and happiness to these students that then what's happening is they're actually taking that level of focus that they have gained during Tratak into their studies. They're knowing how to switch off their minds, even if it's just for a second, and to be able to focus and concentrate on something that's bigger than themselves. To be able to tap into that vibrational energy, which enables them to then be able to carry this out throughout all of their activities. And we teach them this as 5-minute resets. So Tratak we did as a 20-minute, but then also things like Leela said, for example, box breathing, Anuloma Viloma, Nari Shuddhi, Kapalabhati, ensuring that they're giving themselves enough time. So perhaps with Kapalabhati, we'll do it later on in the day. They'll have a 3 or 4 hour break after they've just had their lunch. But Anuloma Viloma, first thing in the morning, just basic breathing. Why? Because even on a scientific basis, what's happening when they're stressed is that their breathing isn't going deeper than their chest. So they've got a lot of heavy chest breathing. And what happens in anxiety? Anxiety is in the heart. They can feel it straight away. Prashantji said earlier that they're actually able to feel sadness in their hearts. We've found the same thing with anxiety. They're getting this tightness, this contraction in their chest, and they're not able to expand it. So by doing simple things like this, and then starting to change the way that they're thinking. So for example, with somebody that's stuck in a repeated pattern of thoughts, and it's not even much, it might just be the same repeated thought, but they're repeating it like a mantra. So they keep re-traumatizing themselves every single time they're playing this through. And so they'll go to something that's going to help them to self-medicate. And that self-medicate may well be scrolling through their phones. But instead of doing that, when they're actually scrolling through their phones, that's when they're feeling pleasure. So they're having that instant dopamine hit. They're having that instant moment of relief. And so what happens is this cycle is a perpetual cycle that keeps happening, going around and around, because it happens, I feel shit, I'm going to self-medicate. The way that I'm going to self-medicate may well be through mindless scrolling. Mindless scrolling makes me feel better. Therefore, I'll keep doing that so that I don't actually have to sit with my own thoughts. I don't have to sit with my own emotions. I don't have to process what's really going on here on a deeper level. All this is doing is teaching them how to basically self-medicate. But, and this is crucial, by doing something like Tratak, where they're meditating, where they're going within themselves, where they're actually just checking, maybe even just something as simple as, how am I feeling today? Let me just do a whole body scan. Let me tense and relax the area that's stiff. Let me tense and relax and let go. And just see what it feels like to expand, even if it's just for a second. Let me just expand. And let me just be with myself. And that, I kid you not, it's such a transformational impact for these kids. And then because of the Hindu faith-based learnings that they're actually having within Avanti itself, and Avanti is actually one of the very few in the UK that does actually teach a Hindu-based curriculum, they're also gaining the sanskars. They're also gaining the Sanskriti. And those sanskars and that Sanskriti is helping them to think deeper. It's helping them to not ask the mundane questions that everybody else is asking, but start to really sit with themselves and start to work out what their passions are, What is their swadharma? What lights them up? What brings them energy? We spoke earlier about going into a room, and in one room we may well feel that negative, that lower energy. Then we go into another room and we feel that higher vibration, and we start to be ourselves in that higher vibration by being surrounded by other people that are also bringing us up. But what if that can actually happen as an internal process? Instead of actually feeling all of that shitty emotion, which is what was going on before in terms of anxiety or that contraction, expanding. And when they're expanding, just being, they don't even have to do anything, just actively being in that moment and allowing whatever comes up to come up and just sitting with it and just being okay with it, not judging it in any way, just observing, being a silent observer to whatever is happening and then letting it go. And letting that thought come in and letting it go. Letting that emotion come in and letting it go. And then anything that lingers is there where we can actually work on that, actively working on it through doing things like box breathing, through doing things like Anuloma Viloma, through doing things like Kapalabhati, through doing things like yogic counseling, if it really goes deep.
Thank you, Riddhi. I would like to also ask some questions from Prashant ji about what kind of research and development programs are running in the university.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Appreciate it. And again, there's a really great discussion here. So, first of all, why you exist as a research university? I mean, this is important that when we applied, they said, hey, Zumba doesn't need a higher education. Why does yoga need it? We had to go through that kind of scrutiny in the 2014 through 6 years of reams of paper before we actually got the license to run a master's program. So our focus is philosophy, therapy, and research. So all those aspects make a very holistic view. And research always, as you know, is really the focus of a particular faculty member. So for example, our provost, Murli Venkatrao, he has done work in the endocrinology and metabolic disorders. And that's something that there is someone who's working on opioids and yoga, and how we can really tackle the opioid crisis. We have a cardiologist on our faculty who's focused on clinical yoga, bedside yoga. So you can imagine that it's about bringing the healthcare costs down, sedation costs down. So there are many aspects of, and someone actually wants to do research in Sikhism and yoga, the comparison of that. Someone who's actually a flight attendant who's doing a master's currently at Vayu is and she's takes flights from New York to Delhi and still manages to do the studies at Vayu. She's doing jet lag and yoga, that study, that hey, how does yoga can actually help alleviate jet lag and so on. So again, a lot of faculty members and their focus, as well as the students, their own innate urge to. So we give that freedom to the students. We have 17 PhD students as we speak, and also the master students do make thesis. So that's kind of the breadth and depth, and we are growing in that aspect. So thank you.
Wonderful. In fact, so are there certain researches that are going on for, are you studying particular style of yoga, or there are some works just on some particular asanas, or you're focused more on the pranayama and the meditation aspects? What is like the key focuses on that?
Yeah, so why you really even right in our vision statement we talk about holistic yoga. So we are not focused on a style and on at the end of the day it's classical yoga that we are going from Patanjali to Hatha Yoga Pradipika to Gheranda Samhita and all those aspects. So we are talking about classical yoga here. Styles have become really an aberration, if I may. I mean, I've spent 40 years.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to ask you, what is your take on the styles? There's some beer
No,
yoga, there's a goat yoga, there's a air yoga,
yeah.
there's so many yogas.
No, trust me, that has really, again, it's always, science gets twisted, every thought has its own, their counter thoughts and so on. So we have been asked a long time back, hey, what do you think about hot yoga? I said, if you cannot breathe, Why bother? Why can we not call yoga? So Chitta Vritti Nirodha is a definition of yoga by Patanjali. Let's stick with the definition. Everything falls in place. So the point is that we are not focused on styles. The whole styles, as I said, is an aberration. We actually have traced the history of where the styles have come from. The Mysore Raja giving Krishnamacharya and all those people giving the reins, and then to get these Kshatriya minds to really steady, they gave a lot of movement and all that, and then there came Vinyasa. And then the whole focus on alignment as creating. But we don't talk about styles. That's not really the focus. It's the ailments that we focus on. And at the end of the day, it's the anti-inflammatory aspect of yoga that is sometimes not recognized as much. So it's really about being that still. And that's why Sthira Sukham Asanam is the definition of asana. Sthirata in the body, the breath, the mind. So it's really the holistic aspect. There's Ayurveda aspect there also in the curriculum. So it's really, again, very holistic. And that's kind of comes out loud and clear. So
That's wonderful, in fact. And yeah, apart from this, I'd like to ask Leena ji about with all the things that you have been promoting through the teachings in the system. Did you also find there are changes in the children who join the Gurukulam in terms of their ADHD disorders, or in terms of their attentions towards their focus on their own life compared to if given an AI to be used and the gadgets to be used? Are there some differences that you find in the children behavior compared to other children? Over to you. Thank you.
We found that students' behavior is much better. In fact, they've learned skills of kindness as well. So it's not just, the breathing and the meditation that we do, it enables them to be kind as well. So in terms of their behavior towards other children, they're more charitable now. They want to do things, they want to serve each other. And this is not going through like a Hindu curriculum or anything like that. These are just universal values that we want to bring into our children. So we're bringing in kindness, love, sharing, caring. So when we're doing this box breathing, we also do a meditation as well. And that's about gratitude. What things are you most grateful for? So we have noticed that we don't have very many behavioral issues at school, because the children actually want to get on. They want to help each other. So for them to sit next to somebody and support that child and help that child if they're struggling, they're more happy to do that, because that's bringing in happiness into them as well. So again, different hormones are being released. So they've got the energy and that enthusiasm, not only to help somebody else, but as they're helping, and as everyone knows, the statistics are, if you teach somebody, you're learning better yourself as well. So all these things are happening very organically without us having to preach really anything. It's a very organic way of them learning skills that you don't ordinarily learn. You can't say you can't tell a child, do this, do this, do this. But if you naturally let them naturally let them do it, they actually enjoy doing it. So it's about respect, mutual respect, and understanding children and what actually makes them happy, and really getting to the bottom of these things, and working with children for over now 25 years, even longer actually. You have to, it's more about understanding, the being, the person, and then understanding themselves. And how can they understand themselves? And that is by self-reflection, by deep breathing, by connecting with your inner self. And if we allow this time in our curriculum to do this, because it's a busy world, it's a very busy, busy world. And if they're not getting this at school, they're definitely not getting it at home, because as soon as the children go home, the pressure is on. Do your homework, do your homework, do your homework. Why aren't you studying? Why aren't you studying? Constant pressure, because obviously there's a pressure for them to achieve well, for them to do well. And if they're not doing their homework at home, they're being shipped off to another class, go to this class, go to that class. You have to do taekwondo, you have to do swimming, you have to go science lessons, you have to have extra tuition. So when did this child actually stop and breathe? And going forward, this will help. We've got a crisis, a mental health crisis at the moment, and going forward, we're preparing the children to be able to deal with their own mental well-being. without having to take medication. And you talked about ADHD. The first thing, America is, really well known for is ADHD tablets. Here you go, take a tablet. And one of the things I did earlier on in my career, when I finished my PGCE, was when I was working with children with autism and ADHD. We just did a small kind of experiment with a few children, and that was, if they're borderline, let's work with them rather than give them this medication. And the work we did do was breathing and exercise and yoga, different aspects of yoga, different breathing techniques and different exercises support a child who is borderline ADHD as well. I mean, obviously, if they're on medication, they have to have medication. I'm no doctor, so, please, it's not about me taking your child away from, having medication, but there are remedies that we can put into place that can help support a child and deal with their difficulties that they're having. And if that's ADHD, it's teaching them different things. Like we had also blue tack. We were giving them blue tack in their hands, and just to squash, the blue tack and just feel that blue tack rather than them constantly shaking or, rocking, or because that was actually what happens with that is that makes them lose concentration. The blue tack actually relaxes them. Just smooth, just holding the blue tack and just rubbing it in their hand like that. It was relaxing them. So they were actually able to concentrate in the classroom, but the rocking was distracting them because that's a distraction. So certain things that we can actually do can help a child. We can connect with them and they can connect with us. And, these things, really do support a child's well-being. And, any other difficulties that we can work with them. We can work with them naturally without having them to, go through having different forms of medication, sleeping tablets, all these things. They're very young children. We can nip this in the bud, and being yoga specialists there, I'm sure you agree with me, we can nip this in the bud very, very early on in life by just giving them the right techniques.
Shanti,
That's
have you
wonderful.
done any research at Arogya Dharma or Vayu University which goes into the effects of what research projects are currently taking place?
Yeah, actually, Arogya Dharma, there's a huge, Arogya Dharma, just for those who do not know, it's outside of Bangalore. It's an integrative hospital. It's been doing this work for many years under the auspices of S. Vyasa. So there's a real, research going on for a long time. That's how the whole Vivekananda movement, Kendra movement started and culminated into S. Vyasa. Vayu is still kind of in the budding stage here in this whole process. But as we mentioned, there's drug abuse and there are other areas of research. But this is real. This is, again, even, this weight loss is such a big part of people's conversation. And there's a real research going on at Arogya Dharma and rehab. Remember, it's not about research. At the end of the day, it's rehab. So that we have, we personally have worked with autistic children. And we find that there's too much activity sometimes, again, just clutters their mind. So there is real research and rehab, both are important here, and that's what our focus is. As I said, Vayu is in the budding stage, but I think there is plenty of research and evidence with Arogya Dharma for sure. So.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anukul. Your comment, please.
I just wanted to ask I want to clarify something which has come in my mind. It is a question of how we train ourselves to get the shot of dopamine in our brains. In our early childhood, if we are training ourselves to get dopamine by getting distracted, ultimately we develop ADHD. And if we find that we can get dopamine by doing the right action or a good action, and that's how we become a reasonably good citizen. Is that a reasonable way of understanding the whole thing?
So to add to that, Anukulji, I think we're coming back to this whole thing of fight and flight. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. And different people are going to be inclined to different things. So when there is a danger or when the mind perceives a danger, is the mind going to go towards that and find active ways to deal with it? Is the mind going to retract, in which case the prefrontal cortex will be closed? The person's going to retract, so they're not going to have any decision-making abilities. is the person actually going to completely freeze and go numb in the situation? They're going to dissociate themselves completely. They're going to turn off their emotionals. And this is what Prashantji is talking about when he's saying it comes to drug substances, drug abusers, is usually, broadly speaking here, usually people are actually stuck in this fawn cycle. And what this actually involves is people going numb or people emotionally disassociating themselves. So the only way that they're actually getting around it is to completely go 360 degrees on their circle, because as I was saying earlier, they're starting off feeling shitty, they're finding a way to self-medicate. That self-medicate is turning into something completely mindless. Now that's the key. They're not using their intuition here. They're not thinking about other things that they could be doing. They're thinking, okay, I've got this problem and I don't know how to deal with it. And if I don't know how to deal with it, let me dissociate. Let me go completely loose and limp and not be able to do anything about it. Yeah. So that's why
Yeah.
this whole cycle keeps repeating itself.
Yeah,
Now,
Riddhi, that also.
yoga students at Value University, what we're actually doing as yoga students is saying, hang on a second. Yes, you're going loose and limp. Now, what's actually happening in this situation? So there's different meditation techniques that are involved. And one of these techniques is something called IRT, instant relaxation technique. Instant relaxation technique involves this whole contraction and relaxation. So from the tips of your toes up to the crown of your head, completely contracting and then completely relaxing. When they're relaxing, automatically what they're doing is going from the sympathetic nervous system to the parasympathetic nervous system. Then we've got something called QRT. QRT is quick relaxation technique. So they're placing their hands on their abdomen and they're linking their breath to the movements of their abdomen, inhaling and exhaling, and seeing how that feels in the body. Now, this again is key, how it feels. They're turning into their somatics. When they're in the somatics, they're linking how the body is moving to their breath and breathing with feeling. So again, it's bringing back this sense of actually going from numbness to going to a sense of actually being able to feel. And again, that may well not be an instant feeling, it may well be a somatic feeling, connecting with the body, connecting and seeing what's going on. And then there's a DRT, which is deep relaxation technique. Deep relaxation technique is similar to that in Savasana, but they've got 7 to 10 minutes. 7 minutes is usually a bit too short, so it's 8 minutes to 10 minutes. And in that process, they're completely relaxing their body. Now, research has actually been shown that actually just going into DRT for 10 minutes, and Prashantji, feel free to correct me if I go wrong here, but going into DRT for 10 minutes to 30 minutes is the equivalent of around 5 to 6 hours of deep sleep. Now think about that. If any individual is able to take themselves through this process a couple of times a day, at different times of the day, automatically they're starting to connect with themselves. Because in deep relaxation technique, their mind is actually focused. Yeah, they haven't completely switched off their mind in the case of what would actually happen when the gamma rays and the delta rays are actually raised during REM sleep. But the effect of it is still to have this complete relaxation. Prashantji, can you add to this?
No, actually, you've done it well. I mean, let me just give a big picture. We have 60 to 80,000 thoughts a day. That's just the reality of this is again research on this. 80% plus thoughts are negative thoughts. This is again comes back to fight or flight. We are in the survival mode, and 90+% are repeated. That means we are repeating our lives. So when this is our baseline, now you see all these techniques are necessary to come out of that, clutter and declutter yourself. So we actually use in our own practice called ABCs of yoga. A for aware. So just first awareness of the entire body, breath and thoughts. Then comes B for breathing. That's conscious breathing. That's where you declutter. And then the outcome being C for calm. So this is something that, again, all this, what you mentioned, it culminates into decluttering and being in that, single pointedness and coming from dharana to dhyana to samadhi and all that. So this is the reality, and this again through research all these techniques have come about. At the end of the day, keep it simple is my goal here, is that don't clutter yourself with too many on the technique side, but just take that pause. We have had an ADHD student come to us, and when we ran a center in New Jersey, and that was a Christmas gift the mother gave to the child, and we taught him Kapal Bhati to create a pause. Even for exhalations creates a pause that you don't need to breathe for some time, a few seconds, and that pause is what we are lacking, all of us. So taking a pause is what we at the end of the day is what is needed. And then Brahmari, all these are real techniques to really just slow down and calm down and so on. So anyway, that's my sharing. Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Anukulji, your comment.
I just wanted to ask Prashantji, is that particular line of management for people who have established ADHD be carried out at any age, or it is tailored based on the age and other issues?
No, I would say this is really, again, we all go through that phase. So we are all on the spectrum somewhere, I think is how I would put it. So absolutely, this is applicable to all for sure. And then again, you'll be doing this with the, on consultation with your personal care physician and so on. But no, this is absolutely applicable to all. And then that's why this whole clinical yoga is so important, that we are reducing the medications. It's funny, the word medication and meditation has the same medi. It's all about healing. But we can go to literally two different spectrums here on that. So we build a habit. Let's build a habit of taking a deep breath and taking a pause, versus numbing yourself. And then we have real stories here of people 8-year-olds on 6-7 different medications because one has the other side effect of the other, and so on and so forth. So again, this is integrative, mind you. We are not bashing one thing, but it's the right thing to do, so that there's a acute part of it and there's a chronic part of it, and chronic is where all these the yogic techniques really come into there. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that reminds me of telling a lot of people that meditation is the best medication. And that's why I think it's the best self-medication one can do for oneself. I'd like to put this question in an open panel. Actually, in today's time, we see a lot of people are dependent on AI, as AI has become a very close friend of people. And that is why trusting the AI is one of a very faithful friends that people have, where they believe that this will not leave them, where people believe that this is absolutely trustworthy, this will stay honest, this will like me, this will tell me a lot of things that I want to hear about myself and other things, and will also give me a wise advice despite and not ditching me. What is your take that the dependency of the brain on an AI is declining the cognitive skills of an individual, as well as also declining the real aspect of the principal working of the brain in terms, if we see the cerebrum and the cerebral part, and the real work of not using what is given and using something that is just a blessing. Or over to you, Dr. Anukulji, before we take up comments from Prashantji and Leenaji and Riddhi. Yes, please.
I think I was just telling you a few days ago that next week I'm holding a 3 hours, 3 different sessions on meeting on AI and how we should be guiding it and not the other way around. And I asked this specific question to Chat GPT as well, that how much can I depend on you to make logical and proper decisions, particularly if it's ethically concerned. And after 2-3 separate questions and giving some other quizzes, it came to it is very dangerous to depend on me because I am not a conscious being. And that's absolutely correct. And I said, at least, so I gave a few quizzing questions at how do you really come to conclusions and where do you decide the ethics? Even the AI says very clearly, it is dangerous to depend on me to make those decisions because I am not conscious being. And I'm so glad that it gave that. And I was talking to one of the very senior consultants on AI, and I was asking that how far do you depend on AI to make moral decisions? And he says there is lots of materials in morality and other issues, so it can look into various algorithms to see whether this particular activity is algorithmic correct or not. So I was asking him the how do you decide, because he's a language introducer in AI. So I said, how do you decide where to go, and how does it ultimately make a decision? And he gave answers which were almost correct, but he says AI can be almost close to make the correct answer, but it will also depend upon how you can contextualize the issue. And it does not take into account what your viewpoint in that is. So therefore, it's a relationship between how it contextualizes the issue and how you're trying to interpret it. So that's where the consciousness conflict occurs. So I've been thinking about it in different ways. So we have got the 3 sessions in our metaphysical society on this issue, and there are interesting numerous what they call paragraphs from various Upanishads, which takes into account as to how to go through the moral aspects of for example, we learn our things in schools and colleges that if you do this, for example, in orthopedics or say medicine, you see this, you go to do this test. If you see that, you do that test, and if that test is positive, then you give. So medicine wise it becomes easier, but ultimately when it comes to treatment, it will much depend upon you to understand the person holistically. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
for the current day system of medicine, people are all going for, let us do a CT scan, let us do an MRI scan, let us do this blood test, but you're not coming in contact with the patient in reality. That is a very dangerous situation that's going to cause a failure of medicine. But that's what is happening now. The patients are getting blood tests straight away. The blood results give you a certain idea and then says, well, you might be having this or you might be having that as a differential testing. But it is a far different story when it comes to
Yes.
conscious thinking.
Mm, I agree. Yes, Lena ji, your comment, please. How much do you depend on AI,
That
and
was
is
very
AI your
powerful.
close friend?
No. To be honest,
Okay, good.
that was very powerful. I mean, obviously we use AI, and I think what Dr. Anukul said was, the emotions are not there in AI. And I think in the field that we're in, working with young children, I'm just trying to understand children. We can't use an algorithm. We can't plug something in, write it into ChatGPT and say this child is feeling this, because actually ChatGPT does not really feel what this child is feeling. So it's about that human connection, and I think doctors, teachers, therapists, yoga, all of these things which are personal, to a child, personal to a person, and have those human qualities, they cannot be replaced by AI. And I do think, yes, as great as it is, it will take away the mundane parts of people's jobs, which are great, which gives, in fact, more time for us to do more research, and look into and spend more valuable time, for me, I feel, with the children. We've got more time to be able to say, right, okay, let the AI do, maybe writing an email, all the mundane, let it mark this, it's not, straightforward, let it do it. But let me then go and talk to the child about that result. Let me talk to the child as how they can improve that result, how we can, work together to get to the next steps, and then looking on the other side, the well-being side of a child. So that's the academic side, but looking on the well-being side of the child, just understanding what emotions that child is going through, what's happening in their life, and how to deal with and how to tap into how we can support that child, requires human qualities, not something that's generated by algorithms, because no child is the same, I'm afraid.
Absolutely.
And I think the doctors here, all of you doctors would agree that no patient is the same as well.
Oh, yeah. And that is what the difference is, whether you talk about Dr. Google or you want to talk about the human doctors. That's the difference. And yes, your comment, Prashantji, before we move further. Thank you.
Well, yeah, so two things. One is, as a university, we of course have to be aware. We are very strict on plagiarism and so on. So AI can become an obstacle. And again, path of least resistance is how a human mind works. So students are, I mean, I'm a father of two daughters. One just finished college, and I think there is a natural tendency of, hey, going the easy way out and say, take a look at something. But I mean, I personally say that, hey, and as part of, I mean, I'm there in my early 60s, and we got to use our brain. If you can outsource it, you're in trouble. So my personal feeling is, yes, tools are going to come and go. They're going to take some of our mundane stuff away, but we got to use our own brain to do the right thing. And so even if it gives you a paragraph to think about, hey, this is how we can write it, I think use your own brain to write it is how my personal take. But everybody has to adapt counter mechanisms so that we can check for plagiarism and so on. So there are real societal issues here, but I would say it comes back to your personal judgment, and this is where again morality and all the Bhagavad Gita and all the foundations come into play, that how do you act on the path of righteousness. But every tool will have its aberrations and its abuse, and AI is no exception. So thank you.
Thank you. Riddhi, what's your take? Do you use AI?
I think it's really interesting because Subhash Kak actually did a guest lecture at Bayou not so long ago, and he was talking about AI and consciousness, and the fact that if we rely too heavily on AI, then what impact is that having on us as conscious human beings on Mathabhumi? And how do we actually have the correct balance between emotional intelligence and using our own brain so that part of our brain doesn't just switch off, it doesn't just become gray matter because we're relying too heavily on AI, but using AI in a very tactful way, using AI to give us perhaps an initial prod, but then for us to go ahead and do our own research, to use our own psychology with it as well. So yes, AI can be useful in certain circumstances, but then so can us actually being prudent, being able to raise our own consciousness, being able to bring in the conscious part to AI, and to even be able to further AI in that sense too. Dr. Anukul, would you please?
I think so. That's so very right, because this AI thing is something that I have also been using for quite some time now. Maybe about a year and a half or 2 years, but mainly for writing down some notes. The reason being is that I have got many thoughts in my mind all in one shot. And the neurolinguistic would say that you should try to put them in different corners and try to make some nodal points and then try to come with some good sentences. So I used to, and because I work in the legal field as well, medical legal is being my main job. So what happens is I would construct my sentences properly in such a way that they can stand the scrutiny of the court, and so that I can put the right evidences and things like that. So sometime I would make a paragraph, then I would say, no, that doesn't sound right. I will cut it off and cut it off. One of the funniest thing I found with the AI was it gives the absolutely accurate. It says that this is for a court. So I just give the points and it makes out the paragraphs very well. Now I started wondering after some time that how quickly am I going to lose my ability to do that myself? And frankly speaking, I have to, because so now I say there are too many things going on. I've got to do the report for 20 patients. And how do I make it very, very quickly? Usually I would sleep at about 2:30 in the morning, and my secretary would start working at 4. But I said, I don't know how I'm going to construct that sentence. So I'll be driving and doing some dictations. But now I find that AI is very good in doing that. I just say, these are the points, put them in sequence. That's it. And it does a fantastic write-up. So I'm sort of shaken up in my mind that how when is it that I'm going to lose my ability to do that myself? So I still don't know. But it's something that we have to be very careful about.
Yeah. And I also find people relying on AI on many small bases, like people asking, "Oh, my boss scolded me today and my mood is off. Should I revert back? Should I not?" I come across a lot of other patients who talk about very subtle things, and they try to find solutions to from AI, which I think in the coming times will show a big impact on the mental health of individuals in terms of Alzheimer's or neurodegenerations, neurological issues. and these kind of disorders, which I think will raise up a big question on what has been the role of AI and what it has been taken. And that's why these traditions of what has been told in the ancient text, what tools we are using, what kind of methodologies we are using, what our lifestyle has been designed by our ancient people, has its core on the basis of very versatile experience which is derived on natural things rather than artificial things, and that's why holding to the roots of nature, I think, is one of the important impacts that the IKES brings forward. What's your take, Lena G? Thank you.
Wow, that's really interesting, actually. I would like to sort of go on to what Dr. Anukul was saying earlier on that one is, and I like to use his example, actually. He was saying that he's very busy and he's dictating and he's doing all of these things and he's got so much thought in his mind. So he taps it into AI and AI does that for him. And then when will he lose that ability to do it himself? I tap into that and say, the beauty of AI is it does it for you. And, and this is what, in this very busy world, that's what we're looking for. We are looking for easy shortcuts to get these things done. Now, how I feel about AI, and I think I said it earlier, is if it can take away those mundane things, that you've got the thoughts, you know what response you're looking for, so long as your brain can still have that answer, that this is actually this is the outcome I'm looking for. It's just done that job for you. It's just written it neatly for you. It's done it nicely, systematically, articulately written, but actually you knew what you wanted it to generate. So as far as I'm concerned, and and this is what I would say to everybody, you're still using your brain, because those few points that you had, you knew that I actually want AI to produce this for me. So when you read that document, you're going to look at it and say, actually, no, I'm not happy with that bit. I'm not happy. So you actually are still using your brain. So what you're actually doing is you're getting them to write for you articulately, but the facts you're still generating. So you're losing your ability to be able to generate something that you wanted, actually. So I look at AI as an asset in that sense, that it's doing that for you, writing the articulate English for you, and it looks really great. Oh, it's very well written. You love it, but the facts are what you want in the end. So you're not losing, you're not losing anything there. All you're actually gaining, and what you're gaining is time. And that time you can spend wisely on your clients. You can give them more time, you can give them more attention, and you're more likely to heal somebody by giving them more of your time than worrying about, oh my God, if I see 30 patients today, I've got to write 30 reports, and those 30 reports are going to take me 2 days. And therefore, for the next 2 days, actually, I won't see any patients. So let AI, as far as I'm concerned, let AI do that job for you, but stay smart. My biggest thing would be stay smart, stay on top of it, and know what outcome you want from it. Don't become lazy, because the moment you say, okay, seen it, done it, it's done it really well for me before, let me just give that letter out. That's not going to be the solution. Read it. And if it's got what you want, that's fine. But each time, do connect with it. It's not something that you should just allow it to generate and just shift it off. That's what I would say.
Absolutely right. Thank you. That's very comforting. And it's also, there is another issue about AI, is that you have to be able to control it in a right way, and ask it these questions. Is it the right thing that you would like to say? Even after AI reports, sometimes I've said, no, that doesn't seem to be right. Let us hold on. Let us see what else I can put in. So that's very, very helpful, extremely helpful.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Yeah.
I remember that there was a time when I was I was a senior research fellow of the Indian Council of Medical Research. And I was also doing my mechanical engineering 2 months program in the IIT in Delhi. And that time I was a part of my postgraduate orthopedics work. So I remember while I was doing that particular work, I had to spend, I never could go at night time, but the daytime I was working in the IIT. At night time I was to work in the All Institute of Medical Sciences, collect all my references, type it out in my own typewriter, and I used to be sleeping in the garden, because at 1 o'clock at night the library used to close. And next in the morning, I used to go to the All Institute of Medical Sciences any of the boys' hostel and gets ready and go away again to the IIT. So I remember for nearly 2 months, except for a few days in between, I slept almost every night in the lawns after the library would close. That job is so remarkably easy now. You can just go to the computer and go to AI and gives all the references. So I'm just wondering what a change in life.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that part of things, no doubt, AI has reduced many burdens and a lot of tediousness. But then the kind of dependency people are having on AI for their mind to make them a very close friend is a pretty dangerous thing where the cognitive skills are lacking. And what IKS has been emphasizing, because that was not part of the system, therefore, the emphasis on self reliance, the emphasis on self belief, trusting yourself, your abilities, as well as having confidence on yourself to what you are and your identity is getting missed out, I think, with the role of the AI because you trust some other virtual thing of yours, which you think is a part of your entity, but it isn't. And
Absolutely.
therefore, that trust on something else rather than trusting your own decisions, rather than trusting what you believe in and what your principles are in life, may also get a big setback in terms of a lot of things, in terms of your behavior, in terms of your decision making, in terms of your interpersonal skills, and a lot about in your own self. And I think that personally, in the coming times, these kind of issues in terms of human behavioral sciences will have an impact in terms of what we see and people from the around going to seclusions with a close friend, which can be ultimately very dangerous. And in fact, if you remember, Dr. Anukulji, a few days back, Sharon Rose, who is our regular guest contributor, mentioned about how AI is playing a big role in suicidal tendencies in a lot of children in USA.
Yes, yes.
And these kind of tendencies are the inert things that are coming close to your contact in terms of giving you a false support system that you think is a reality, but it isn't actually. And that's why the role of yoga, the role of lifestyle, the role of Gurukulam, the role of the building up the societies in terms of our principles, what our scriptures talk about, in where whether it can whether it is from any indigenous system, all these scriptures have been talking about your resilience to the realities of life rather than just clinging to what is now the reality, which isn't. And that kind of resilience helps you in fighting up on a lot of things. And as a clinician, I also know you must also be very well aware, and you'll align with my thoughts, Dr. Anukulji, that the immunity of the body, where we have so many autoimmune disorders, is not just reliant on the antibodies and antigen, but that it's reliant on a lot of other factors where the antibodies will be built on lot of states of your mind on physical, mental, and spiritual and emotional basis that will be counting up for a lot of reasons of how you think, how you believe, how your life is, and what you think you are in your life in many ways. What's your take, Riddhi? Do you agree with what I've said?
I think it's so important to be able to look at things on different levels, the physical, the mental, the emotional, the higher thinking, the higher logic, and to ultimately just be. And I think it's only by actually bringing in all of these different layers and all of these different facets that it enables us to be conscious in any given moment. Prashanti, what are your views?
Absolutely.
Well, again, I don't have a particular opinion here but I agree. Again, I use this phrase insourcing versus outsourcing. The more outsourcing mentality you have, you again taking that path of least resistance, and this is where our IKS and all these foundations work. So this is where again the job of universities and all the educational systems has to be striking that balance. It comes back to that. So yeah, I mean, the good news is that the ancients have done all the work. We have to practice it, and then use it wisely. And again, the modern society will always bring technology, will be ahead of the society, and how much to adapt, how much to let go is really up to us. And that's where again it's really comes back to all aspects. I mean, one thing I will say, soft skills, sometimes all this thing what you talk about, compassion, empathy, they're categorized into soft skills, and the corporate world ignores them. I mean, say, oh yeah, domain is what you need to focus on, your skills, but the soft skills is where your overall foundation really, can withstand or crumble. And many corporations actually go haywire because of the toxic leadership and so on. So it comes back to leadership is in a big picture sense, but it's a big topic. There's no easy answer here, but yeah, I think we have to have the balance of all aspects here. So thank you.
Prashantji, one more question before we take up some comments. What are your two favorite books from IKS?
Oh boy, it's so, when I grew up in the US as a 20-something, I came, Vivek Chudamani was something that was introduced to me, Shankaracharya's, really, so because Viveka is such an important aspect of your day-to-day, action. So that's something I can definitely talk about it. I'm coming from Maharashtra. Ramdas Swami, I think, has a big effect on me. So we talk about book. I mean, it's his Manache Shloka and Das Bodh. I mean, those are the real, very practical teachings that have impacted my life, and I've used them. I mean, Vivekananda, I grew up reading them and so on. His all those things. So I would say that's it's a tough choice, but there is so much there of depth. And every leader comes at a different time to say things in different ways, and that's what this is all about. So yeah, I enjoy that aspect of variety from ancient to the modern here. So thank you.
So Prashantji, how do you see corporations using AI, and how do you bring them back to a sense of yogic leadership?
I'm sorry, I didn't get. What
are some of the ways in which you have seen corporations using AI for their benefit, and how have they been able to bridge the gap between AI and yogic leadership?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I think at the domain level, AI definitely has its place, and it's going to have the disruption. Disruption is the name of the game, right, when it comes to innovation. So that's a reality, that innovation will keep happening. At the yogic leadership level, it comes back to those soft skills. This is where emotional intelligence should play a more role than an artificial intelligence. So I think that's where, I mean, I don't know if you're a fan of Simon Sinek, but he's really kind of saved Microsoft becoming a toxic workplace to a much more holistic workplace. So yogic leadership does play a role in that emotional intelligence realm. And then artificial intelligence will keep being part of our society as innovation and disruption and so on. So that's how I kind of look at it, domain as well as soft skills. Yeah,
absolutely. And that is why I think in our texts, the word intelligence is not just one thing. It is a culmination of a lot of things in terms of pragya, in terms of buddhi, in terms of vivek. And you can't just put them in one single world of intelligentsia and you say, oh, that's what it is. That is why these aspects of pragya, these aspects of viveka and buddhi, when we use in different forms, are the different layers of intelligence that comes to one's mind before one acts. And that's why one can be very knowledgeable, but I also tell a lot of my students that it's not necessary that somebody is knowledgeable is wise as well. I see so many people who are much wiser, but then they are not educated. Their life, they take good decisions. Their wisdom levels are pretty much higher compared to if you see there's an educated person. So that kind of the viveka part of it has got a very key role in a lot of ways when we talk about intelligentsia. What's your take, Lina Ji, on that? In fact, in Bhagavad Gita also, there has been a big talk about this aspect of pragya, this aspect of buddhi. There's a complete chapter that are devoted in Bhagavad Gita on buddhi yoga. And that aspect of buddhi yoga is so much important, where Krishna tells Arjuna about what is pragya and how that perception of yourself can be so important in looking into the life. Can you throw some light on that as well? Over to you. Thank you. Kindly unmute yourself. Can you please unmute? Yeah.
Sorry, just giving that a thought actually. Your question was, sorry, I lost your question.
I was asking that buddhi yoga has been a very integral part of Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna has talked to Arjuna about the buddhi, the essence of utilizing the viveka in terms of understanding your perception and your perceptual spaces in life, and understanding what is the reality and what's the myth. So, can you throw some light on that, of what Buddhi Yoga in terms of Bhagavad Gita has been
So
given by
it is
Krishna?
about integrity. You know, it's all about integrity. And I think going on to what we were talking about earlier is using your professional integrity when you are carrying out your work. So in terms of going back to Arjun and the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna was saying to Arjun that you are a kshatriya, so you do your professional role really is to fight in this war, against whether your family and friends, but your duty is to do this. So in our lives as well, we have to go according to what our professional duties are, and therefore to use that. Like if we're, for example, a doctor, a teacher, these roles are there for us to convey, certain messages, and we can't use AI or any forum really to replace what we would be able to offer anybody. So I do believe that, where we're sort of drifting with this AI and it's sort of taking over our lives, I do feel still we have that duty. We have a duty to be able to give the correct information to whoever we're working with, and that's where our professional integrity comes in, and that's whether it's from the Bhagavad Gita or when we obviously qualify, we have to sign a document saying we prefer, we will go by our ethics here. So I think that's really where I would come from.
Yes, what's your take, Dr. Anukulji? Kindly unmute yourself.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yes,
Just
please.
one second. What the whole thing would come in the concept of the entire thing is very well taught in the Sankhya Yoga, where you've got the entire concept of discriminating what is right from wrong, and that's where I think we have got to work on the concept of buddhi. If I'm correct, is that the way you would like to think, Prashantji?
So I take a view here of simple words. For example, we call the teacher acharya. We don't
Yes.
say we don't say vicharya. Achar and vichar. So acharana is where the buck stops with acharana, because we can analyze, and analysis can become paralysis. So this is where the righteous action is really where this comes to where the buddhi is overrated sometimes, but the intuition, the inner antar pradnya, is what this is all about, and that's what yogic, and that's why we say taralta, the awareness. All those qualities are nurtured with acharana, and that's why we mentioned about knowledge versus wisdom. Yeah, it's really that wisdom, and that's where the taralta and the acharan comes into play. So that's kind of my view. Thank you.
Yeah.
Amritaji, I think you will have. I'm certain that you have got more information about how the Gita addresses the issue of the buddhi.
Yeah, definitely. We would like to take up it as a separate topic, but let's have a comment from Dr. Anjali, who is our resident co-host and regular contributor before we move to our guests that we have for our program. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Anjali. And we are delighted to welcome you to our first Indian Knowledge System episode, where we are talking about the traditions and the indigenous knowledge systems which are prevailing world over. What are your comments and thoughts about it? Over to you. Thank you.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita. Global Namaste to everyone. Very interesting, discussion on intelligence and artificial intelligence. I think what is original, God gifted, we cannot take that away. And I think we can create artificial things all the time, but what has been inborn with us, which is our God gifted brain, which is like a brain mapping, which can think, which can feel, which can, you know, do so much of decision making on its own. I think nothing can replace it. I think it's an added benefit to have an artificial intelligence, but not something which can supersede the natural intelligence which we have. Because humans are emotional beings and we think through emotions, we feel, we think, we conclude, and we decide based on our emotions, based on how we feel and think. So, which I don't think so artificial intelligence can take away from us. It can be an added extra benefit for us, but I think that's what all our, uh, you know, the scriptures and the teachings from all our lessons from all the religious discourses also teaches us. We need to be more narrowed down to our behavior, more narrowed down to our decision making, and all this comes from very childhood of how we have been brought up with our culture, with how we give, water to the plants, how we offer prayers to the sun. These are things which we cannot replace with anything which is artificial. It has to be so natural for us to think and feel and do things. I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll be taking over with all these things further as well as it's time to move with our other guests who have joined us recently. Um, in this move of the IKS episode, which we have now, it's time to move to our other guests. Riddhi, over to you. Thank you very much.
So thank you everyone for all of your contributions so far. It's all been amazing to see how everything comes together to form the bigger picture, and also for all of the panelists on your discussion so far as well on AI and yoga. It's been very insightful. So we're just going to take a deep breath. And begin. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahe Tejasvinavaditamastu Ma Vidvishavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And so, welcome everyone to the next segment of our program, which involves having a collaboration between Yoga Kulam and Healing Our Earth, which I am so excited about to see the growth that Yoga Kulam has actually had since its inception in 2022. We are joined by two of our senior panelists, which are Rahul Palruji and Pradeep Kabraji. A global namaste to both of you. Welcome here. To introduce Rahulji, he has done his master's at S. Vyasa, and he has now had 8 years of experience in the field where he's been helping people that have had different health conditions through the form of yoga, through the form of meditation, to overcome the problems that they have had. And to be able to go a lot deeper into that, he is also part of our Sangh Parivar in the USA, and it's a great privilege to be with him today. Also, we have Pradeep Kabraji, a very instrumental part of Yogakulam UK. With all of his various teachings, he can actually recite the whole of the Bhagavad Gita in Sanskrit for us as well. But really to be able to embed the values of Samskriti. He's a part of many Vichar Parivars here in the UK, and it's fantastic to see how all of these different sampradayas have been brought together when it comes to Sanatan Dharma, because at the root of all of these sanstha's is Sanatan Dharma, and that is what we deeply believe in at Yogakulam, and one of the values that we hold very close to us in terms of Samskriti, going to the heart of the problems through having Vedic teachings, Vedic guidance, and some of which we are privileged to share with you here today. Namaste Pradeepji, please introduce Yogakulam.
Namaste everyone. So Yogakulam, thank you Ridhiji, and namaste everyone. Welcome to the webinar. This is our second webinar, and this is to celebrate Gita Jayanti. So Yogakulam is based in UK, and now we have also started in USA. So this is in collaboration with Yogakulam UK and USA. Yogakulam's goal is to bring yoga in its original form to the masses and connect all the yoga related societies together, thereby bringing the social transformation in the society. We believe yoga is for all, and yoga in its fully holistic form, not just in the physical form, basically. So yoga for all and yoga in its full form. So that includes the Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and other forms of yoga. So today's webinar, we will be discussing more about the Karma Yoga section and the Jnana Yoga section. So shall we move on, Riddhiji, going forward? Yeah, as part of our activities, we conduct teachers training courses in the UK and USA. We do our annual retreats, wherein we introduce different topics of yoga, so that the masses are introduced to different forms. In 2026, our next retreat is on Yoga Sutras, and our teachers training course is due in June 2026. So far we have done 3 batches for teachers training, and we are planning to expand exponentially in the coming few years. That's about Yogakulam.
Fantastic. And please introduce our first speaker here today as well.
Sorry?
Please introduce our first speaker here today as well.
Yes, so let me introduce Dr. Ramji Vaidya. Ramji Vaidya, most probably many of you know. He has a PhD in integral humanism, in Jainism and Vedanta philosophy. He is a Sanskrit scholar. His current responsibility is with the as a Vishwa Vibhag Saha Samyojak. That's a global joint coordinator for Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh. As part of his role, Ramji has traveled extensively throughout the world, and he has developed a deep, insightful understanding of the global Hindus. He has been instrumental in starting and encouraging many Vichar Parivar organizations, including Yogakulam and Sanskrit Bharati in the UK. Over to you, Ramji. Namaste.
Namaste, Ramji. Jai Shri Ram. Welcome here.
Namaste. Namaste to see my friend Rahul after a long, long time, and Pradeepji as well, and Riddhiji, of course, and very esteemed the guest and the audience today. Philosophy need not be difficult. It is quite easy to understand because it is a part of the life. And we all experience the philosophy every day. For example, today's philosophy is called as a Karma Yoga. Karma, we all know that. Karma means, anybody will say that it is an action. Action does not mean a physical action. Action can be thought action as well. Any movement is action. whenever I am in the position A, and that A position moved to position B becomes action. This can be anywhere. Whenever, even if I am in the own same position, I am not in action. But the moment I realized that I was in A, now I am in the A, B, position B. This is called action. This action is in our hand? Normally not. Because in the scenario, we all are moving. Even if I feel that, oh, I'm standing in same place, but in the entire concept of the universe, the moon will say to us, no, you already moved. Because you may be standing, but the planet you are standing, that planet is moving. So in the entire universe, we all are in action. And these actions happen in space. And space is always there. Therefore, actions are always there. We all know that. It's a very simple concept. But when this action is added with the suffix, with the yoga word, then it becomes special. Yoga means when we want to join. Yoga means when we are close to someone. You want to join. Join what? Join to the truth. Truth means permanence. When my action joins the permanence, eternity, it becomes a karma yoga. Therefore, yoga word we need to be, it's very interesting, but we need to understand. So, if everything in the universe we realize, that will definitely are so very diverse. This diversity will one day will come into one. For example, I have a beautiful massive house and so many things are there. But my transfer happens and then realize that entire house becomes a part of one container. That one container, by somehow, if it get burnt, that entire container becomes a part of a one pot. And that one pot can become a part of a one atom. Ultimately, it is completely one. That oneness is very important. This oneness is permanent. For example, I have so many jewelry ornaments, bracelet, the chain, the ring, and I have a beautiful murti. Many murtis are there. Ganesh murtis, Saraswati murtis, Shankar murtis, all made of a gold. I take these murtis to the goldsmith and I say, I want to make a gold out of it. So we have so many murtis, so many varieties. Goldsmith will make it one bulk and I say, oh, this is your gold. What happened to all those murtis, the bracelet, the ring? They became one. They became a yoga. The gold is permanent in all forms. Similarly, that oneness is a permanent in all the beings. If my actions are geared toward this oneness, it is called karma yoga. Therefore, the karma yoga needs some consciousness, certain viveka, discrimination power, certain buddhi, brain, certain thought. And whenever you give a thought to any karma, ideally we are heading towards the karma yoga. I speak and I give some consciousness, some thought in my speech. I am heading towards karma yoga. Yoga means going towards permanence. For example, without thinking, if I speak something, probably that this my thought, my speech, my pronunciation, my utterance is because of my mind, because of my mood, because of my emotions. And these emotions, my mind, my mood are very flickery, temporary. But if I give a thought to my speech, to my conversation, to my pronunciation, then I will think twice. Should I speak this way or not? Means I'm thinking beyond my emotions, means from temporary to permanence. I'm heading towards this permanence. And therefore, wherever any action is geared heading towards permanence is a karma yoga. Therefore, we always say that karma yoga is based on the intention of action, not action. You can have your action, but intention of action is very, very important. And intention will decide the result of the actions. This is for sustainability or for destruction. This is for divisiveness or for union. Your intention of action will decide. When somehow the mother is angry on the child, this is not called as a abusive nature or behavior. Because intention of the mother is to shape the child. And therefore, that scolding of a mother is also part of a karma yoga. Because mother wants that child to live a good, permanent life, successful life. Therefore, temporarily, that child might be very angry, but mother knows that next moment or next year or 10 years after, this my scolding will be useful for the characteristic or character building of a child. So, mother is focusing on the permanence. Therefore, the action of the mother is a karma yoga. But one robber or someone who wants to bully some other person, same scolding, abusive word maybe, but that is called as a for destruction cannot be part of a karma yoga. That's for the intention of our action decides the decision. When we do this thing, normally in the Yoga Shastra in Bhagavad Gita, sometimes we are very habitual to use these words. Are you Karma Yogi? Are you Bhakti Yogi? Are you Jnana Yogi? Or are you Raja Yogi or Atma Sanyama Yogi? Bhagavad Gita is a very beautiful text. They explain all of them. Are they independent? Are they separate? They are not. Sometimes Bhagavad Gita will say that the Jnana Yoga is very high. Someone will say the Bhakti Yoga is very high. Sometimes will say the Karma Yoga is very high. In the 6th chapter, the whole entire Krishna Bhagavan explained about the Atma Sanyama Yoga. In a way, they are not separate. These are just looking at different angles of the same prism. Therefore, when this action is with bhakti, Karma Yoga happens. When our actions are with the thought, we are heading towards Karma Yoga. And when during the action, we have control on your senses, we are heading towards Karma Yoga. So Bhakti is with Karma Yoga. Karma becomes Karma Yoga. When the Jnana is with the Karma, it becomes a Karma Yoga. And with Atma Sanyama, the control of yourself is with Karma, action becomes a Karma Yoga. Therefore, Karma Yoga is always with them. With all those three aspects. In a way, yoga is yoga. This can be seen as a karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga, or atma sanyama yoga. The 3rd chapter is dedicated, some part of 4th chapter also, to this karma yoga. In the later part of the Bhagavad Gita, you can go for 14, 16, 17 chapters, and the 18th chapter, of course, is a summary of all the chapters. And there are so many shlokas are dedicated for the karma concept. And one of the beautiful concept of the Bhagavad Gita is concept of yajna. I visit different countries and I realize what is the common in all the countries in the world? the concept of yajna. But fortunately, we sustained this concept. We retained this concept. And this yajna concept is a very beautiful concept. What is yajna? Yajna means very simple. Anything when we do without any thinking of return, expectation of the return, that act is called yajna. And therefore, whenever you do yajna, we say Agnaye Swaha, idam na mama. This is not mine. Swaha means I'm surrendering, I'm giving, I'm performing, I'm contributing. This contribution is there, but without any thought of return. When this thought of a return is there, it is not a yajna. It's called bargain, business. We all know that. Whenever there are so many people, my school was there, and there was a temple. And I used to know that once I asked a priest, when normally we are very busy. See, I'm busy with whenever there's a festivals are there, but I'm busy in exam time. Before the exam, all our students become very, very spiritual and they go to the temple and say, okay, Hanumanji, please help me in my exam. And he does it, help, definitely. He comes there to solve your exams because he's a Bhagwan. He can go anywhere. That is bargain. But whenever we offer something, give something, act something, anything, there is expectation, that is called yajna. Recently, one of the house I visited, and he mentioned that, Ramji, everyone in the family, society, they are selfish. I said to him, it is not true. If the moment you realize that my son is with me, my son respects me because his eye is on my income, that one day this whole money, wealth will come to me, that moment you start trusting your son. You start trusting your son. You cannot trust your son. You love your son because you know that in spite of anything, he will be or she will be with, or daughter will be with you. This is the core of our work, of our concept that we all are selfless. And if you allow any human mind think unconditionally, we always follow yajna. We always have a concept of selfless contribution law. We are not animals anymore. We are human beings. This yajna concept leads us from animalhood to the humanhood, the divinity. How does the yajna concept work? Very beautifully, and we'll understand the concept of this thing. One day, I have something in my home, and I will go there and I buy some mithai, sweet. My favorite one, rasmalai, maybe gulab jam, maybe rasgulla, is my favorite one. I will keep bring it and I will keep in the fridge because I love it. I like it. And I decide that every day I will eat one because I bought it. It's mine. My wife says to me that, oh, there is a puja and we need a prasad. Can I use this mithai you bought for the prasad? I say, yeah, why not? And this entire mithai which is bought by me, when I put in front of the Bhagavan and I do some pranaya swa, apanaya swa, udanaya swa, samanaya swa, brahmane namaha, and say namaste, that moment, that entire mithai bought by me becomes prasad. Now immediately I say, oh, this is a prasad of Bhagavan. And now, where my intention was to preserve it and eat it every day, now my intention changes and they say, let me distribute as early as possible to everywhere, to everybody. What happened? The moment it was belonged to me, that I was the owner, it changed, becomes a prasad, becomes a yajna. From karma, I'm heading towards karma yoga. This is the way it happens, so naturally, so instinctively. This instinctive nature, thought process is karma yoga. That's why philosophy is not difficult. We practice it. And therefore, whenever we realize that happens, this become a prasad, then why only that one? My education can be a prasad. My action can be a prasad. My entire wealth can be a prasad. I will receive whatever I need it. But I can offer everything. And therefore, in our one of the mantra in Isha Chintan, we say, Jivane yavat adanam syat pradhanam tatodhikam. Whatever I receive in my life, oh Bhagwan, I would like to give more than that. If you give this shlok to any accountant or auditor, you will say, is mad. It is impossible. How can you give more than you can receive? But you can. Because what you are giving back is all your things, not only material wealth, your intention, your aspiration, akutihi, hridayanivaha. These are providing, giving. And all those things become a prasad. Then we are heading towards karma yoga, towards permanence. Another concept of the karma yoga is very beautifully, 18th chapter it is mentioned. This concept is very, very useful in the present day. In the entire, now recently this whole discussion about the AI is happening. What will happen when the AI comes? We all are panicked. And I think there was a discussion before also. But when someone understands the Bhagavad Gita, he or she won't. Because AI will become difficult to digest for those people who thinks the human being is the center of the universe. When human can do everything. Now here you got somewhere, oh no, I also can do more than you. Then you become panicked. But when we say that, you are not the center of the universe, you are the one component in the circle. And therefore, let AI come. Let anything will come. Human being will adjust with the situation. Because in a way, it is not his hand. This concept explained in Bhagavad Gita, Adhishthanam tatha karata karanam cha prathak vidham vividhascha prathak cheshtaha daivam chaivatra panchamam. Adhishthanam, the foundation, the karta, the actor, karanam, the mediums or the means, cheshtaha, prathak cheshtaha, various actions are in your hand. You can have a control. You feel you control. But daivam means which is not in your physical control. It is part of your prarabdha karma, sanchita karma. For example, I am a human being. I have a certain age, certain gender. And in that gender, in that age, in that physical form, I can perform something. I cannot perform something. But if I change my gender, if I change my age, if I change my position, I can do something different things. Very simple thing. Because of the human being, I cannot hear, which is the dog can hear. I cannot smell that much, which is some snake or somebody may smell. I'm a normal human being is a very dumb character than the other animals. We take 9 months to walk. The calf walks within a day. Only we have a brain. That's the only capacity we have. Because of that, on the basis of the brain, power of the brain, we think that we can conquer the world. But we have limitations. When we accept the limitation and act, it is called Daivam Jaivatra Panchama. When we accept our limitation. When we accept our limitations, we act. When you say Daivam Jayavatra Panchamam, then I will tell you, we'll never be depressed. We never be frustrated. Because we know that Daivam Chaivatra Panchamam, the fifth factor of any action, is beyond our physical control. When we understand that it is beyond physical control, means it is a part of that phenomena. We don't believe that it is the control of somebody else sitting in somewhere else. No, it is a part of a phenomena. If the rain is there, I will get wet. It's phenomena. If I eat something, I will get indigestion. Phenomena. Daivam Chaivatra Panchama. And that's why this Daivam Chaivatra Panchama, when we understand, our actions are leading towards yoga. And that's why the Krishna Bhagavan says beautifully that you act. Don't worry, you become very happy. You act ferociously. Act as per your role. Your role may be CEO, supervisor, mother, father, driver, child, retired, anything. You might be in the prisoner officer. Act accordingly. You may be a warrior. Act accordingly. But when you act, just think this thing, that you always think that Daivam Jaivatra Pancham. You are acting as per your role. Your role is your clothes, not the skin. You change clothes. And this concept explained very beautiful way. Krishna Bhagavan mentioned that what you do, all your actions make your prasad. All your actions, say pranasva, apanasva, udanasva, samanasva, make your actions, make a prasad. When it becomes a prasad, it becomes not yours. You become lighter. For example, when you are working for someone else, 9 to 5, you come home and you sleep well. Wow. But when you work for yourself, you have a business, you can't sleep. Because this business, because you own the business. When you own the mithai, you can't sleep. So nobody should eat it because mine. When you do not own the mithai, then you definitely want to distribute. Mai sarvani karmani sanyasya. Mai sarvani karmani sanyasya. Then you say, yuddhasva, you fight. Because vigata jvaraha, that jvaraha is amazingly done that. That vigata jvaraha means that fever. That fever which is not yours. When you get a fever, it's not your permanent phase. Like the water gets fever, becomes a boiling water. It's not the original character of the water. That water gets fever, becomes very cold, ice pack, which is very dangerous. It's not the original thing of. But that jvaraha, that fever, vigataha, gone. Then you come back to the original one, which is role is yours, not actually you are. So, mai karmani sanyasya. Sanyas has a beautiful meaning. Normally people think sannyas means what? Is sannyasi person. Sannyas means people think we have given up. Somebody has given up their life, material life, wife, wealth, sannyas. But actually meaning of sannyas means samyak nyasa iti sannyasa. Samyak means appropriate. Nyasa means keeping. When you arrange your life properly, it's called sannyas. When you arrange your life, as arrange your house, arrange your fridge, arrange your grocery, the things should be where it should be appropriately kept. Barbecue coal should be outside somewhere. Gold should be inside somewhere. Perishable things should be in the fridge. When you keep our entire life, the actions appropriately, it is called sannyas. This sannyas, when you have properly, means mai karmani sannyasya. Mai means to the Paramatma, to the divinity, to the phenomena, to the permanence. Then you act. Therefore, Bhagat Singh, our many revolutionary, many kings, they practice the Bhagavad Gita, then they fight. Before the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna was not ready to fight. So the inaction was full of blindness, with blindness. And when Krishna Bhagavan opened his eyes, he was ready to fight. Normally people think after spiritual experience, we become calm, quiet. No, other way around. After spiritual practice, we become more active. Because we become more active physically, because internally we are very calm. Our movements do not happen internally, A to B, because physically we are okay. Internally we are same place because permanence. Mai sarvani karmani sanyasya yuddhasva. This is the concept of the Karma Yoga. And therefore, if you can't understand anything in the Karma Yoga, if one sentence if you pick up after this session, you should say, Swadharme nidhanam shreya. That's it. Shreya means beneficial. Nidhanam means even the death. Swadharme means your own actions, own duty, own role. You appreciate your own role. If you're old, enjoy your old age. No need to put the color all over thing on your everywhere. Don't pretend. Pretendance is very bad. Accept. Our Bhagavad Gita says that we are complete in every sense. When a child is born, it is complete, not incomplete. Therefore, there is no need of saying, oh, he's a disabled. Who decided disability? For disability, you realize you are something able. You may have another disability. All are able. All are differently able. Therefore, the concept of Swadharme Nidhanam Shreya says that you fulfill your role and act because that is your cloth, not the skin. This is the whole concept. And when we accept this concept that proves permanence, then our actions become a part of the yoga. That is called Karma Yoga. Namaste. Thank you.
Ramji, that is a wonderful discussion. I'd like to just invite a couple of thoughts here as well, which is that every single time that we're going towards we're going away from our true nature, but every single time we're going towards Sat, we're going towards our true nature. And our true nature will vary according to the role that we are playing within society. So our duties will differ, which also means that our karmas will differ. But the way that I see it is it's only going to differ if we attach ourselves to the karmas. If we're taking on a duty, we're not doing it selflessly, we're doing it in a tamasic state. That's where we're incurring the karma. But if we do our duties in a selfless way, which is for the bigger good of society, it's for the wider benefit, then we don't incur karma. Is that true?
Perfect. The articulation is always a different. We can use some technical words what we used. I thought that we should experience this whole karma yoga while listening, And that's why the articulation is this way. But you're perfectly right.
Fantastic. I'd like to invite Pradeep ji, Rahul ji to ask any questions that you may have.
Yeah. So, Dhanyavad Ramji. One question. Many people understand this concept. They might have heard many Baudics lectures. They might have gone to many courses. So, in spite of knowing what drives them away from Karma Yoga, because it's not a concept which is beyond, it's not quantum physics that's very difficult to understand, like you explained. So, in spite of knowing what is it from internally that drives them away from it?
They don't. Basically, we realize that we always think that we should get result immediately. Today, I think, okay, I want to become fit and I will subscribe the gym, and next day onwards I start seeing the in mirror, okay, what sort of change happened to my body. Is it possible? No. That's why the moment the thought comes, okay, I attach to my action, my journey towards karma yoga already started. And therefore it may happen. Only small life is there, maximum 100 years of this physical life. How many lives can be there, physical lives? As many as we can think of. For example, this moment, I am dying. For example, billions of tissues are getting died. But next moment, many tissues are coming up. So every moment, I should say happy birthday to me. Similarly, this thing patch is there. So therefore, the moment I realize that I'm thinking about this concept, my journey towards karma yoga is there, to union is there. My journey towards union is always there, always.
So whether
I may
one,
make a mistake, but that mistakes will always rectified by again and again, again and again, again and again. So probably I will take some months to understand, afterwards some days, some the hours, some minutes, maybe some seconds. But I will tell that one, we will definitely will go towards that because of the journey.
so basically you are saying mama vartmano vartante manushya partha sarvashah. Eventually we are on the same path.
Eventually same path, but because we have limitations. We have limitations of body, limitations of mind, limitations of emotions, environment. Many things are there. These limitations, when we accept, we are heading towards Karma Yoga.
Okay. Dhanyavad Ramji. Another question on this point. You explained that fifth element, the divine element. In that fifth element, there is a tendency of people to become passive and either become superstitious or leave everything to जो भी है राम जाने हम तो क्या करें सब प्रभु की इच्छा. This kind of passiveness. But I believe that's not what Karma Yoga is, what you just explained. It makes you more action oriented, more spiritual you become, the more conscious you become of your duties. So how do you overcome that confusion or a self-created confusion where living to that fifth element means running away from one's duties, if that makes sense?
Wonderful. So Daivam means Ram Jane, somebody is there. Where is the Ram? Okay, up. Normally our tendency to look at, because we are so many, we have a samskar of a Abrahamic religion, so always we look at the upward somewhere. Fine. Okay, that's the first stage, first door. Then question comes, where is the Ram? So Ram is everywhere. Oh, so Daivam is everywhere. Second stage will come. The third will come. Okay, where is Daiva? Oh, Ram is inside also. Oh, is inside also. Ram jane who? I jane, me jane. So they step by step. One is Ram is outside, above. Second is that Daivam, divinity is around you. Then the divinity is within you. Step by step approach. Then we realize that one, oh, this divinity is basically I. Only I know. But what are this adhishtan karanam prasadvidam? They are my foundation, my body, My means, mediums, my actions. So I is important, permanent. My is temporary. My house is temporary, I is permanent. My age is temporary, I is permanent. If this I and my start understanding, I is a Daiva, then this journey becomes very, very peacefully and active. Initially, okay. For example, whenever a child thinks that my mother will do everything, every daughter is very relaxed. Every son is very relaxed. Who is going to clean your room? Mother is there. Daivam Chayavatra Panchama. But when we realize when you go to hostel for the university studies, where is the mother? I am the mother. You have to clean it. Then becomes aham. What happened now? Initially, that journey starts with the mother. Now it becomes I. So not to worry. All leads to the same. And even if you die in this physical body, you born into yoga prashta shuchir deshe. You were born in the 88th chapter, it is mentioned that you will born, you carry forward that one. You did not repeat everything. Knowledge is always with you. And the people who are sitting in this room now, they all are basically that yoga prashtaha. They already had done now. And now they are ready to understand and listen this knowledge. And we go further. And that's why do not worry about this. Today people become passive today. Tomorrow they become active.
Ramji, namaste. It's good to see you after a long time. One question on the Swadharme Nidhanam Shreyas that you mentioned. You also talked about understanding your role, taking action, and then the focus is on permanency. That's what you mentioned earlier. Now, when we are looking at from a karma yoga point of view, we are just doing our action and not really expecting anything out of it. So how does that relate to expecting the permanency of the action and then leading to the karma yoga?
Very good question. So initially it's good to have expectancy of the permanence. It's a very good thing. Slowly expectancy goes away, only permanence will remain. There will be a realization of the permanence. But initially you have to expect something. For example, if your body is dirty, we go to the shower, therefore we put some soap. The soap is to remove the dirt. But the job is done now. Then we have to remove the soap also with the water. Then the water has to be removed. Then you become as you were before towards permanence. Therefore, now we are in this condition that everything is mine. For that, you expect permanency first. Therefore, mumukshutva is important. You have ichha of a moksha. But when the ichha of a moksha does not remain, that time you realize that is a moksha. Then this concept comes that I do not wish anything. Then I do not wish anything, not even the moksha. This is a beautiful shlok we say in Ishachintan. Natvaham kamaye rajyam, na svargam, na apunarbhavam. I do not wish even the moksha. That position only we can think about the others, artinasha. And that's why initially soap is very, very important. But I love this soap because the soap has removed the dirt. I cannot come with the soap out. I need to remove the soap as well. But for fear of the removing of the soap, if I do not apply the soap, I will remain dirty.
Ramji, we had a couple of questions from our guests who are watching with us here today as well. And the first one was from Siva Guru. A global namaste to you. Please, would you like to unmute and ask Ramji your question?
Namaste, Ramji. just want to know this karma yoga, how this leads to the mumukshatvam and so mukti. What are, I mean, is it only to create the sharpness of your intelligence and so able to understand the jnanam, the very, I mean, or is it otherwise related to in any way? Could you please?
Yes, it is not for sharpening the brain. It is not something like that we are leading towards the jnana mumukshatva. Karma yoga is the concept of a moksha only. What is a moksha? What is a mukti? Mukti means when we realize the reality of the universe. It's called mukti. It's not going anywhere. We do not go from A place to B place.
Yeah, I know
Basically,
that, but
just understanding what is the nature of the universe and what we explained today about that one. If nature of the universe, we understand that there is a permanence and there is a temporary. Permanence is called I and the temporary is called my. And therefore, we this understand and then we act. Therefore, that action with understanding this permanence is coined as a karma yoga. And therefore, this knowledge, what people call jnana yoga, is very much important for karma yoga. When the knowledge is very important for karma yoga. But when only knowledge is there, but not action, not a jnana yoga. And therefore, in the jnana yoga, we act. In the karma yoga, we know. It's important. Both are same. Both are same.
So there's another
Another
question
question as
from.
well that came in from Keshav.
I'll repeat this one. In jnana yoga, we act. In karma yoga, we know. If this notion to sentence we understand, the both are same, and the both are basically the leading for realization of I.
And we have another question that came in from Keshav there, and that says, Namaste Ramji, probably we are in the right direction of Karma Yoga, but how can we accelerate the journey of Karma Yoga within our day-to-day life?
Do not accelerate, just observe. The acceleration will happen automatically. If you accelerate means your ownership is still on. I am doing. I want to do moksha. I want to achieve something. I want to become free. The moment this acceleration happens, you are still in the part of that whole concept. You observe and act. You lead with the karma yoga. There's Anukul ji raised the hand, I think.
Thank you very much for a very good explanation. I just had a small question. When you're doing everything with knowledge and also doing the right karma, and ultimately giving it to the ultimate offering, does it not automatically become a bhakti yoga?
Yes, why not? Because bhakti yoga means what? So bhakti means where we understand and we surrender ourselves to the higher than us. My surrendering to I is bhakti.
Yes.
When the minus is surrendered to the I is bhakti. Therefore, these words are there. These dimensions are there. But the core is one.
That's
This is the yoga. And if you want to experience this thing, you cannot put this in the pigeonholing things. You have to understand it's all is one. Then you see the beauty of all those things.
We had another question that came through in the chat from Mohan, which says, Namaste Ramji, there's a question here. What is the relation between mumukshatva and vairagya? Is vairagya all-encompassing and transcend the desire for moksha also?
Yes. Abhyasana tu kaunteya vairagana cha grihate. Bhagavad Gita mentioned that. What is the viragata? Vairagya word comes from the viraga. Viraga word comes from two words, V plus raga. Raga means ownership of everything, attachment to anything. is mind, like a mithai. When it becomes opposite to that one, becomes a bee. And mumukshatva is completely opposite in a way, because they said that wish of desire of moksha. So here we say the detachment, viragata, and here we say the desire of a moksha. Rahulji asked question. Therefore, we need to have a viragata of the material thing. Then only then we can have attachment to the mokshatva. And that's why when we realize that this material thing is all temporary, then I will desire for the mumukshatva. Therefore, they are connected. Apparently, very paradoxical words, viragyam and the mumukshatva, but they are the same. Like from the home, someone lives and enters into the wider space. So the leaving the home and entering into the wider space, this is called viragata from the material life, material things, and entering into thinking about the mumuksha.
Global Namaste Mitaji. Welcome. Please unmute and ask your question. Mita, do you copy us?
Yeah, she is trying, I think.
Just to unmute.
Okay, in the meantime, we have another question that's come in from Venkata Prayaga, which says, Namaste Ramji. Can we definitely say that Gyan Yoga is a precursor to Karma Yoga, as Gyanam of permanence and impermanence? Then all these yogas as interlinked and not separate, isn't it?
Not precursor or interlinked. Is all in circle, sitting in the circle. Where to start. So probably you are standing in the one road. Start from that road. But all are circular. The moment I say the karma is first and jnana is second, it won't happen. Because without knowledge, action cannot happen as a yoga. Without action, knowledge cannot happen. We cannot have knowledge without taking the soap out of your body. We need a soap take off. All the shastras, learning, going to the gurus, understanding things, or actions. But these actions are basically the cleansing yourself for the knowledge. Even the controlling yama, niyama, asana, pranayam, all actions. Then pratyahar will start, which is not beyond action. Therefore, we cannot say that is one after, before that. We need to get rid of these things, and we should say that they all are in the one circle, and the circle has only one point. We cannot even notice it. All are same.
Lovely explanation. Dr. Anjali, comments or question?
Thank you, Ramji. Global namaste to you. Very interesting, very educative matter for us. So, what do you think about people, as you mentioned about artificial intelligence and karma? So, when we're using ChatGPT or AI to get answers for any kind of queries versus what we're getting from Bhagavad Gita, what do you want, the young people who are taking the use of AI for every answers nowadays?
It's fine. In the past also, we used to have a calculator. In the past also, we used to have knowledge, always have the new advancement. Always seek for something else. People used to have a mother and a father for the actions, for the knowledge. Then they go to books to get the knowledge. Mother, father may not know this thing. Then they realize, oh, the books are not enough now, the library. Can we have this book digitally? Again, different ways come. Therefore, knowledge can come from anywhere. But this knowledge also, chat GPT or anything somewhere there was a human factor is there. Fine. The faster knowledge is always a good, better knowledge. When we get scared of this thing, The moment we realize I'm losing my centricity, that centricity when I lose, and I feel very scary. Sometimes people feel at the home also. Oh, my central position in my home, my office, as I'm losing, I get very scared. Similarly, people thinking that, oh, in the entire science, entire knowledge or evolution, economics, based on that human being is a central place, is a center. Even today, the people talking about the environment, because the human is suffering. The moment the suffering of the human will stop, people won't care about environment. So today, all those green energy, everything is, we're talking about carbon footprint because human being is suffering. But our concept is different. This human being, you realize, is only one component in the space, in the entire entity. Then entire entity, ChatGPT also one of the space. AI also one of the space in the entity. Let it be there. I learn how to deal with it, live with it. For example, if I know that the Saturn, the Jupiter, these planets are much bigger than me, I learn how to live with them. When I realize there are much, much bigger planets than this Jupiter, this Sun, I need to learn how to be with them. If summer comes, scorching sun is there, I need to wear the appropriate clothes. Same as a winter, same as AI.
Kalikaji, we will be with you shortly. Just had a couple more questions for Ramji, if you don't mind, Ramji. So Prashanti, would you like to unmute? A global namaste to you. Please ask Ramji your question.
Namaste everyone. Namaste Ramji. In the Bhagavad Gita, like Bhagavan Krishna says, skill is action. Skill in action is yoga. Yoga karmasu kausalam. And also teaches knowledge of the self as the highest wisdom. How can a seeker harmonize karma yoga and jnana yoga so that action becomes a doorway to inner awakening rather than a distraction from it?
I think we discussed a couple of times. Yoga karmasu kaushalam. What is the expertise or the excellence in the action? Excellence in the action is to understand the essence of action. Essence of action is the intention of action. And the moment we understand that we know the intention of the action, our actions become excellent. That excellent action will lead to the excellent life, sannyas. And that sannyas, excellent life, aligned life, arranged life, arranged action leads to the proper understanding of the things. When we start understanding the things as they are, we are leading to the liberation, moksha. You just realize how they are. This is woman, this is man, this is old, this is bird, this is mountain, this is thing, this is mind, this is buddhi, this is the energy, these are sense organs, this is a consciousness, arrangement. Properly understand and act. That's called moksha.
And Jay Patil also asked a question. She says, Namaste Ramji. What practices help in viewing workplace situations clearly while staying detached and not being influenced by expectations of phrases or promotions?
If you have a large purpose of the life, then small things become small. Like Tom and Jerry. For the mouse, the bread becomes very big because mouse is small. Therefore, in our workplaces, the things become so big because we are small. So if we become large, these things become very small. So the higher purpose, for example, we say that for the entire humanity we are working. For the sake of the dharma savrakshan we are working. Then we can handle all the troubles, tensions, frustrations of the workplace. But if I see that my workplace is everything for me, then that every small frustration in the workplace, the movement of the workplace becomes very massive. Tsunami for me. So this tsunami or bubble, I can decide. My position, I need to decide. And that's why large purpose in front of us and engaging into large, long, big, long-term purpose, cause helps us to handle all the small situations.
Wonderful. Sweta Kulkarni also asked a question. She says, Namaste Ramji, can someone be in sansar carrying day-to-day activities and still be a sannyasi? In full ashrams, sannyas ashram is usually referred to retirement from material life. Could you throw some light on that, please?
Somebody asked me a question, have you seen the people who are realized soul? I said, yes. I've seen many, many people like that. And all of them are not sannyasi. They all are family people. All of them. When you are in the family, when you are looking after the family, it is easier for all of us to realize this thing. And if you want to give away from all those things, it's very, very tough because we are so attached to the Bhagavad. You are so much attached to this sacrifice and becomes a ego of sacrifice also sometimes. Oh, I sacrificed everything. That ego also comes. And that's why it is very much possible that being in the samsara, you will leave sannyas. And that's why when you say sannyas ashram, physically it can be the retired life. But sannyas ashram can happen anytime. When we start realizing that, for example, if I'm a parent, I'm a father or a mother, I lead a life as a tree, not as a creeper to my kids. I become a sannyas ashram. If I lead a life to guide them, but my life become like to protect them, it is a sannyas ashram. The moment I do not get bogged down into our day-to-day routine, and I just follow the practices, but for a higher purpose. I look after my kids for higher purpose. I work for higher purpose. I get the wealth for higher purpose. I drive for higher purpose. I live a sannyas ashram life in the present life also.
Wonderful. That's been so inspiring, Ramji. And I know it's really late in the evening for you, but we are
Smita
so
Joshi was raising the hand since some time, basically. Can we allow her to ask?
Of course. Please go ahead.
Ramji, really enjoying your session. Very, very useful and knowledgeable. I am a Hindu chaplain at university in UK, University of Surrey, and there are so many different ways to interpret in day-to-day life Bhagavad Gita. It's from Vedanta, Vedas. And one question, because all the work I do is voluntary, so there is no monetary benefit at the end of it. Everything is in kind rather than cash. And so my question is, which is a better state of mind for conscious human being to implement the gems of Bhagavad Gita in leading our life? Would you say that those who are goals oriented, because some people, as you said, if your goal is for the uh, betterment of the society, of the community, then no matter how much you are earning, that is also a yagna, because you are giving away to the community. So I'm giving away to the community, but at the same time, I'm wondering that some people are spiritually very conscious. They are doing, as you said, to for the betterment of the society. But which is the right? Is that supposed to be a balance in having a goal-oriented life with artha, finances involved in it, and also at the same time giving away for free. And when it comes to Krishna Leela, Krishna said, "Don't do what I did, but what I said." So what is the importance of understanding Krishna Leela? Because it's like, if someone is going one day at a time, one moment at a time, and giving away in that fashion, or someone is goal oriented and giving away in that fashion, which is relatable more to Krishna Leela, which is more, a better understanding of Bhagavad Gita and applying to your life. Thank you.
Very perfect. The entire your question, so many questions you asked, there was so many times you used the word I. And English I is very in capital letter. It's very bad. Because I is
The
always
reason
there.
that the reason I
Always.
asked, because
What is the
I've
best
been
way to
told,
do it? Best way?
I've been
Understand.
told off by all the people that you are doing the wrong thing, you are not doing anything for you, and that's the reason,
Perfect.
I have
The answer is basically,
yeah.
there's English grammar is called passive voice. Karmani prayog in this way. So use the karmani prayog in our life. So I clean the house. Now another sentence will come. House is cleaned. So when I clean the house, I becomes capital. House is clean, house become major.
Right.
Then we can say by me. So the best way of karma yoga and understanding is that changing active voice into passive voice. When the passive voice comes, kartari prayog becomes a karmani prayog. All our things become very easy. Therefore, to give this danam, dhanam, everything. So money to be given is passive voice. Tree is planted. This bridge was built. So in the permanent things, basically, people are normally in the passive voice. This red bridge was built. Howrah bridge was built. Tree was planted. This earth was created. Similarly, we'll start saying that this money to be given, work to be done. Whenever this passive voice comes, then you realize our actions become karma yogi. Even the people who are spiritually conscious, if they say that I am a spiritually conscious, they are not. Because I is there. And I means I am a spiritually conscious means that still I is very present. But when we realize that one, I am learning in that path. I am on the path of that one. That is okay. That humility comes. So using the passive voice, karmane prayog, is the path towards the karma yoga.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ramji, for all of your wonderful insights that you shared so beautifully and so elegantly with all of us here today. Really appreciate you taking time out to speak to us, given that it's Bharat and something near to 11 o'clock at night, but still you've taken your precious time out to be with us here today and to really help us to understand Karma Yoga in so much more detail. So we're truly grateful. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Namaste.
And that brings us on wonderfully to our next speaker today. And Rahulji, please can you introduce Kalikaji?
Thank you, Ridhiji. Please welcome Dr. Kalikaji Uttarkar. She is the Director of Community Education and faculty member at Hindu University of America in USA. With over 30 years of experience, she integrates philosophy, yoga, psychology in her teaching and counseling work. She holds a PhD in philosophy, a master's in psychotherapy and counseling, and has presented widely on yoga, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Upanishads. She's based in Dallas. She also works as a yoga and psychological counselor, motivational speaker, and content creator focused on parenting and personal growth. Dr. Kalikaji is also known for her warm presence and her ability to make India's wisdom traditions practical and relevant for modern life. She's going to talk about the practical relevance of the Jnana Yoga. So over to you, Kalikaji.
Namaste, Kalika ji. It's wonderful to have you joining us here today as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rahul ji, for that generous introduction. It is my honor to share screen with the dignitaries like Ramji Vaidya and all of you there. So it has been a very enriching session before me. So I would just try to play my small part now with this topic that is Jnana Yoga. And I also want to thank Yoga Kulam for having me here. Well, initially I had planned that I would start with a slide presentation, which typically I don't, but I had decided that I will go with a slide presentation and keep it very structured, and then, I'll start with that end. But somehow I'm feeling that let me have an open discussion with you all and not stick with the slide. That's very typical of me. Rahulji knows it. So the very simple question that I would like to ask is, who are you? Who I am? So when I was born, my parents named me Kalika. And everybody who asks me, I introduce myself as I am Kalika, I am Kalika, I am Kalika. Okay, I'm carrying this identity with me since the day I am born. I am taught to carry this identity. We teach our children, you are this, you are this. And then everybody who comes, they will ask, who are you? And the child will again and again tell its name. So we adopt this identity and then we keep adding to our identity in different ways. We start looking at ourselves based on what we are creating, what we are acquiring, what we are achieving. And that way, our identity sometimes becomes very strong and sometimes becomes very weak. So we are always on this roller coaster ride and asking us, am I really good? Am I really sufficient? Am I really complete? Or who I am? When I see somebody who is much grander, who has a grand presence than me, then I feel less. When I see somebody who's little weak, I feel big. So everything that I'm experiencing is a relative experience. I am understanding myself based on my surroundings, based on the people, environment, and the attachments that I have acquired going forward in life. And therefore, this question, who am I, becomes very significant to our basic existence itself. And this is the answer to the question, why Jnana Yoga? What is Jnana Yoga? Jnana Yoga is about knowing who I am. It is about the relationship that I have with myself, the relationship that I have with this world, and do I have any relationship with the ultimate reality? And whether this ultimate reality or an uncaused cause even exists? Or is it just an intellectual hypothesis? So what is reality? What is Satya? What is truth? The whole endeavor to understand this question is about Jnana Yoga. Now coming to Bhagavad Gita, we say that Sarvopanishado Gao Dugdha Gopalanandana. So Bhagavad Gita is the essence of all the Upanishads. And when we think about Upanishads, the first mantra that comes to my mind is Asato ma Satgamaya, Tamaso ma Jyotirgamaya, Mrutyurma Amrutam Gamaya. Asato ma Satgamaya. Take me from unreal to real. What is unreal? What is real? Tamaso ma Jyotirgamaya. So from andhakar, from darkness, take me to light. What is darkness? What is light? Mrutyurma Amrutam Gamaya. Take me from mortality to immortality. This is Jnana Yoga. Taking me out of my limitations to becoming unlimited. Taking me out of my ignorance to the knowledge. So what is this? This is about Jnana Yoga. Unless and until I introduce myself or somebody else introduce myself, my action doesn't begin. So when I establish my identity, then my karma starts. It is a natural outcome of my identity, of my existence. And therefore, understanding one's own self becomes a primary necessity for whosoever existing in this world. And therefore, the study of self or study of aham, I, and beyond that becomes very significant. Now let us come to the understanding of what is truth. The meaning of truth is Trikala Baditam Satyam. That which is in the past, that which is in present, and that which is in future. So if something be sorry, sometimes my video might drop because of the internet. Yes, sorry for that. So if something has to be the ultimate truth, it has to be everywhere at all times. It has to be now, it has to be here. What is that? Ishavasyamidam sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Tena tyaktena bhunjitha ma gruda kasya svitanam. Ishavasya Upanishad begins with this mantra. It says that that Ishwar is everywhere. One has to understand that, realize that. And then comes the next shlok. Kurvan neveha karmani jiji vishet shatam samaha. That is, only by doing karma and living life for 100 years, one can make the best of one's life. That is how life has to be lived. So first we have to understand who I am. Once I get that understanding, automatically what I do becomes karma yoga, as Ramji was just suggesting. So understanding who I am is about jnana yoga. Who I am, if I am Satya, then what I am not comes the next question. If I have to be here now at all times, then this Kalika Uttarkar frame or a personality cannot be everywhere at all times. But if I am that truth and it has to be everywhere, that means I am not what I am appearing to be. It means this appearance is temporary. It is created and it is going to end. So reality has to be something which is never created and which will never end. Then this form which we see each other in is a temporary form. Here comes the concept of Panchakosha, which comes in Taittiriya Upanishad. It says that we live on 5 different stages of existence, 5 stages of awareness. So it is it starts with Annamaya Kosha. That is the physical existence, material existence, the world around me. It's not just me, but anything and everything that is visible through my sense organs is Annamaya Kosha. Building on this knowledge, that is perception, pratyaksha pramana, what we do is we think. That is our tarka. That is what we understand. So everything that we are building as a body of knowledge is based on sensory experiences. Then we believe in what others are saying. That is Shabda Pramanya, testimony, books, videos, people, anything and everything. Now, Grok, ChatGPT, everybody comes in. Wherever we are gaining knowledge, but the question is, can I imagine something which I have never thought, seen? That can be a combination permutation, flying horse. But can we imagine a circle which is round, which is square? We haven't seen it. So we cannot imagine. So the whole body of knowledge that we are experiencing is temporary. So when we say asatoma satgamaya, what we are seeing, observing and identifying ourselves with is unreal. That is the concept of Maya. When Shankaracharya says Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya, it is Mithya is this. But Mithya is not unreal. It is Anirvachaniya. It is there, it is not there. What does that mean? Mithya comes from dhatu mit, to count. So anything and everything which has form, Counting is having a bracket, isn't it? Form is having a boundary. So anything and everything that is created and anything and everything that has form is Maya. Now, does it exist or does it not exist? For example, if I carry a pencil, holding a pencil in my hand, what is this? We all will say, obviously, it's a pencil. Somebody will say, no, it is wood. Okay, it is wood. Somebody will say, there's also lead in it. Okay, fine. But what is it? It is a bundle of protons and electrons. No, somebody will say, no, it is just particles. Somebody will say it is wave. Somebody will say quantum mechanics will say it is particle. String theory will come up with a different understanding. And now when we say that two particles, when they come in pairs, and when they come in pairs, and if they are kept apart, spatially and temporally, and if one particle moves, even the other particle moves, what is the connection between these two? This is the new development in physics which they are discussing about. In neuroscience, they are talking about hard problem of consciousness. Where from this consciousness arise? The singular experience that I am experiencing. This is not meta consciousness. This is beyond meta consciousness. I am thinking is one level. I am thinking that I am thinking is a meta consciousness, observing my thought. But consciousness is beyond that. So whenever we fear about AI, I'll come to that at the end. If we understand this, we don't have to fear AI. I'll just mention consciousness of something and consciousness are two different things. What we are doing is consciousness of something. When we think about Sankhya Darshan, they talk about 24 elements, Purusha and Prakriti. And from Prakriti, Mahat arises. From Mahat, Buddhi arises. Then Manas. And then Tanmatras and the rest of the elements follow. So, intellect is also part of creation. And creator is different. Purusha is different. This is the Sankhya perspective. But coming to the Vedantic perspective, Sakshi Bhava. When I am in the witness mode, when we talk about the Pancha Kosha, these all 5 koshas, that is the Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, that is my vitality, my energy, Manomaya Kosha, that is my mind, Vijnanamaya Kosha, my ability to discern, Nitya Nitya Vastu Viveka. So that is one thing, that we are able to distinguish between what is Nitya and what is Anitya. That is Vijnanamaya Kosha. Then comes Anandamaya Kosha, where there is absolute bliss. This is similar to Sushupti. This is still not realization. It still has a tail of ignorance, is what Taittiriya Upanishad says. Because it is beyond duality. But it is still not that state of oneness. So when we transcend all this Panchakosha, we go towards understanding who we are, who I am. And this reality has to be singular, homogeneous reality, which has to be everywhere at all times. This sounds logical, isn't it? This links with the particle concept that we just discussed. If one particle is moving here and there is no time and space difference somewhere else, it's also moving. It means they are not two. Now science is finding whether there is some interconnection between it. Vedanta is saying all is one. So Vedanta doesn't talk about unity. Vedanta talks about oneness. Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate. This is what Vedanta talks about. It talks about oneness. Now, if I am that, then what is it that now I am experiencing? What is it that we are many? So what is this relation between me and that? So once I realize that that divinity, which is Sat Chit Ananda, I am part of that. But then, is this a real distinction or an apparent distinction? Here comes Advait Vedanta, Vishishta Advait and Dvait. They will have their own perspective, whether the effect is real or it is apparent or they are two different things. So these three people will have different perspective. But for a simple reason, they do not contradict each other. They just have perspectives from different sides. If we see Brahma Satyam Jagatapi Satyam, it is not very different from Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya. It is more or less, it is seeing from a different perspective. Because the concept of Vastu Sthiti comes in Jnana Yoga. There is Vastu, that is Sat, Satya, and there is Sthiti, state of existence. So is Vastu different from Sthiti? Is ocean different from the wave? Apparently, no. But as we see, yes. Of course, wave is different. It has a form. It has to be different. How will it be sea? No, but is it different? It is ultimately sea. Yes. Brahma Satyam, Jagat Mithya. So Mithya is that which is temporary, that which has a form. It is not that it doesn't exist. Then what it is? Vishishta Advait will say it is Leela, Ishwara Leela. Shankaracharya will say it is Vivarta. Kashmiri Shaivism will say it is Spandana. So there are different ways of explaining who is the creator and what is the creativity, what is the creation. So it says it's all one and the same. So once I realize this, what is my next duty? And therefore they say now the sadhaka, and he's asking this question and wanting to pursue this path, first thing what is required is viveka, then is vairagya, then is shat sampati, and then mumukshatu. All this goes simultaneously. What is vivek? Vivek is to make a distinction and understand what is real, what is unreal, what is temporary, what is constant. So what that is temporary is also there, but I should know the scope of it. I know the limits of it. Then I know I don't have to be frustrated, depressed just because I didn't get good grades in one exam or I didn't get a promotion. That's okay. It's a phase. I myself is a phase. I was born and I'm going to die. One day we come with an expiry date. And how about these other things? Sometimes they will happen, sometimes they will not. So Vairagya comes out of Jnana. A small girl playing with her toys and a boy playing with his toys, when they grow up, they are no longer attached with the same toys. Because now they have the knowledge and the experience that I am not going to get the same happiness from that. Of course, they find substitutes for that. That is a different issue. But just for this example, the girl who was playing with a doll will no longer feel interested in that doll. One fine day she'll become a young lady and want a child of her own. So Vairagya for the doll comes through knowledge. Similarly, Vairagya about the world comes when I know the limits of this world. Simple limit is my experience comes through my senses. They are limited. And I take experiences of the objects. They are also limited. So while I am navigating through this limited and constrained things, I just have to be aware that I am unlimited. I am complete. I am Sat Chit Ananda. This is Jnana Yoga. And once this is established, once we are with our excess, navigation becomes easy. Then we move on to Karma Yoga. Karmanyevadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Don't get attached to this. Now the question that Mitaji was asking, what should we do? Once there is competition. So I take growing up with Gita for children. Okay, so this is the first question. We all are living to get grades. And you are saying that don't expect gains. How to move ahead? Well, getting grades is good. But the process of getting grade is much better. Because grades come when I am tested. But happiness is in knowing. So to have that learner's mindset and to keep knowing about the reality is a real student. And that is mumukshatu. To find the boundaries of this world and try to go beyond that. That is mumukshatu. To find the limit of my existence and to go beyond that. It could be spiritual mumukshatva, it can be scientific mumukshatva, it can be psychological mumukshatva. It is just going beyond our boundaries. So when they say Anandam Brahmeti Vajanat, Ananda is my real experience. So what happens when I'm happy? I feel expanded. I feel light. I feel big. Pruhatvat Brahma Uchyate. That which expands is Brahman. And that which contracts is limitation. So Jnana Yoga is about going from contraction to expansion. Expanding my awareness, expanding my identity, and then sticking to that. That is Shraddha. That is, once I understand something, then I hold it on as a valid hypothesis until I get it through my experience. That is Shraddha. Now that my logical mind has told me something, I have understood this sounds logical, this is a valid hypothesis. And then based on that, now Upanishads say don't stop here, where Western philosophy, Western psychology stops. Now we go to a second level of experience, that is experience the divinity within. But there are barriers to that. What are those barriers? Are Shadripus. Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Mada, Moha, Matsara. So how to come out of that? So in Sadhan Chatushtaya, as we are seeing, first we saw Viveka, then we saw Vairagya, we saw Mumukshatva. But all this sounds good. But I need to practice Shat Sampati. I need to overcome this Shadripus. I have to work on the Chitta Shuddhi aspect of my existence. Then my Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raj Yoga, everything will sync together. Simultaneously, everything goes ahead. It's nothing one after the other. At the same time, I'm thirsty, I'm hungry. I have to quench my thirst from all aspects. I need to prepare myself on all aspects. So when we come to Shat Sampatti, it is Shama, Dama, Uparati, Titiksha, Shraddha, and Samadhana. So what is Shama? Shama is to pacify our internal dualities, our internal restlessness. That is Shama. What is Dhamma? Dhamma is to control my sensory expectations, sensory experiences. How much can I eat at a time? I cannot. So we eat 3 times. Nowadays, intermittent fasting, we eat 1 or 2 times. Everything that is excess becomes a problem. So we need to control. So that is called as Dhamma. And what is Uparati? Is after Shama and Dhamma, there is Uparati, there is knowledge. I understand. Okay, fine. This is where I have to stop. This is where I have to say no. And I have to stick to my inner divinity. That is Uparati. But even if understanding this is not sufficient, there has to be Titiksha. So what is Titiksha? Titiksha is having that ability to hold. Even when we define Tapa, we say Titiksha Tapa Uchyate. So Titiksha is holding, forbearance, to hold to that. So I want to hold a glass of water in my hand. How long can I hold? I want to hold the thought that I am divine. How long can I hold? The moment somebody insults me, I forget I am divine and I just hit back. That is lack of titiksha. Oh, I realize. Chalo, utho, fir se chalo. It's like a small child learning to walk. It falls down, it gets up. It falls down, it gets up. One fine day, it starts walking better. So that's why this process is a continuous dynamic process. And therefore, after in this, we need to have Shraddha. Shraddha helps us to get up when we fall. When we know that this is what I have learned, this is what I have understood on my bautic level, I have to bring it on the experiential level. So I get up, I restart. I was angry yesterday. That wasn't good. I was in my reactive mode. I should have been in my proactive mode. I should have been more aware. I should have had more control. Never mind. Now let me start. So to have this, we need Shraddha. Faith is an inappropriate translation as it happens in case of many Sanskrit words. But Shraddha is a very robust word. And last but not least comes Samadhana. Samadhana is coming at equilibrium, sama. Dhana is my attention. When my attention comes and stabilizes at a point, there is Samadhana then there is Ananda Utpatti after this. But when I'm stable, I'm equilibrium, I'm happy. When I come to this stage, I have learned to find my peace in the midst of chaos. And then what happens is I become very swift, very quick. Nothing pulls me back. I am fresh as a child. And so whatever I do it in less time. Whatever I do becomes more productive. And out of this, what is the takeaway? It could be jnana, karma, bhakti, yoga, everything. At the what is the outcome of that? That I am at this restful state. That is peace. That is ananda. That is shanti. This is not excitement. This bliss is not excitement. When people meditate, they feel that I should feel jubilant. I should be. No, it's not that. What happens after we have a good lunch? We feel satisfied, complete. So peace, moksha, having that experience of samadhana is I don't need anything. That is the robust situation to be in. Because we are constantly in need of something. We are constantly consumers, consume one after the other things. The moment I don't have need, I'm stable. I'm complete. This is what is jnana. And to bring this into our action is our sadhana. And to pursue this sadhana, we need to have shraddha. So, yeah, I think this is how I tried to compile the whole concept. Thank you so much. Let's open for questions.
That's very nice, Dr. Kalikaji. Dhanyavad. Before we take formal questions, I'll ask you one insight on a point you talked about expansion with regards to knowledge. So now there are two types of expansion. If we take the story of Bali Maharaj versus Vamana Dev, Bali Maharaj expanded from nothing to owing the whole three worlds, basically.
Yes.
But then when Vaman Dev started expanding, he showed how small Bali Maharaj was.
Yes.
Now, how come then that expansion of Bali Maharaj didn't lead to the realization that only happened afterwards when he realized that his expansion was nothing but a drop in the ocean? So how do we, because what I'm referring to here is the concept of Abhiman.
Yes.
And how that is a risky element when we are dealing with the concept of jnana. And it's like a mix of ghee or aag ka jo relation hota hai, the oil and fire. So what are your insights and thoughts on that?
Sure. Thank you, Pradeep ji, for that wonderful question. So whenever we talk about expansion, two things expand. If it is coming out of knowledge, then that expansion is not something expanding to become big. It is a shift from thinking I'm limited to thinking I'm unlimited. But when we say aham is expanding, then that is the jivatma with that aham. That is the instantiated self from the general. And when this aham, which is tied to the identity of the world as a person, then however knowledgeable I might be, I am still limited and I am just expanding like a balloon and that's going to burst. So however I expand, like a small child asking his mother, how big is the ocean? She will say it's bigger than 2 wells. He said 2 wells? No, bigger than 3 rivers. 3 rivers? No, it's bigger than that. So whatever is expanding, as long as it has a boundary, it is limited and that is going to burst. So expansion, when I was telling from the perspective of Jnana Yoga, it is expansion realizing that I am infinite. It's not a process that from something expands. My awareness just becomes big. So there is a difference between that. Now coming to the current economic status, political status, environment, personalities, everywhere, what is expanding is this ego is expanding. The aham, asmita as we say. This is expanding. In the vernacular languages, Hindi, Marathi and all, we say abhiman. Abhimana is about my form. That is expanding. So I'm not satisfied. So greed comes in, domination comes in, manipulation comes in. Economy, as if we look, study from the Arthashastra, our economy talks about live and let live, collaboration. The villages were complete. The system was so nobody had to run from villages to the cities. Our economic structure was broken by the colonial invasions. But we have lived for thousands of years in this system where we think about collaborating. But when an economy develops, for past 100, 200 years, whatever is happening, it's a bubble in the ocean. The economy which is growing is based on profit and loss. Somebody is profiting, somebody is losing. Then that bubble has to burst sometimes. And everything has to come to a normal state and restart again. So this is a natural phenomenon which keeps happening for thousands of years and again. So this is how the world is. So, but we have to be cautious as students and as sadhakas that it's not my ego. Otherwise, भले भले परेशान हो जाते हैं. So, with all great knowledge, if this aham is not taken care, then that dooms that person and the people around. So, thank you, Pradeep ji, for that question.
Thank you, Dr. Kalika. That was so wonderful. Riddhi, we are now going to enter into a chit-chat session with Dr. Kalika and the others. Let's welcome Sharon, our American correspondent and senior host there. Just before we welcome Sharon, Riddhi, let us share and tell people what's happening over the next 4 weeks at Healing Our Earth. So here we go. And some of the future episodes. Healing Our Earth broadcasts every Sunday on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch, and our website too as well. And Riddhi, so what's happening next week, Riddhi?
So next Sunday on the 14th of December, we have a session that's dedicated to health on the Universal Health Coverage Day. This is Health for All.
And the theme this year is how can we make the health affordable to everybody in every country. And the following week,
we are entering the festive season. We've got fun, laughter, and sing-alongs, and that is on the 21st of December, 2025, welcoming in Christmas and then the New Year.
And Riddhi, of course, 21st is also now going to be the World Meditation Day. So together with fun, laughter, sing-along, and poems, etc., we'll have a bit of meditation too.
Wonderful, always welcome.
And the following week, Riddhi, we are going to take a break.
We wish you all the happiest festive season, and we will be back on the 4th of January. And when we come back on the 4th of January, the next episode
is your favorite episode.
The yoga, welcoming yoga, looking into mantras, vibrations, resonance, but also to look into Sanskriti in a little bit more detail and embracing our true nature.
Brilliant, Riddhi. And what a wonderful family of Yokkulam we've got here today. Several people actually joined. So it's beautiful and it's nice to have Rahul and Pradeep contributing as well, together with other contributors here, Riddhi. Let's chit chat with Dr. Kalika and some of the comments with Anukul. Lata might have a quick comment, and welcome Sharon. So Riddhi, welcome Sharon, and a bit later in about 20 minutes, Sharon will be also sharing some points to us.
Yes, so global namaste, Sharon. It's lovely to have you here as well. Join us for the next 20 minutes. We're going to continue with this Jnana Yoga discussion, which I can already see we have lots of fantastic comments coming through. And then after that, we will pass it over to you. And I know you've got something very special lined up for all of us.
I certainly do. And what an amazing, what do you call that? Spiritual teaching you just gave us, Dr. Kalika. That was extraordinary. And I am so grateful. And what I have to bring is my husband, Jay Widener, did a wonderful interview with Bibhudev Mishra about his book, The Yuga Shift. And some of the points that you made, Dr. Kalika, are also discussed in this video. So I'm looking forward to showing it to you and just hearing more of this discussion.
We look forward to seeing it in about 20 minutes or so, and I know it's going to be something really exciting for us all to see. So stay around, Sharon. We will come back to you in about 20 minutes or so. Rahulji, over to you for the next question. You are muted.
Yes, I do have a question for Dr. Kalikaji. So Kalikaji, you mentioned about you started with who am I, right? That's the journey, and knowing who am I is the Jnana Yoga. So, but at the same time, there is a slippery slope of focusing on I, and that can turn into a disaster, right? How do you suggest that one should not get slipped into that slope and still focus on getting the true knowledge, the truth, the satya that you mentioned?
Okay, thank you. So, yes, this is in connection with what Pradeep ji was also, he also mentioned the expansion of aham or ahankar, as we would say. Over here, two things happen as a sadhaka when I am just a new person starting to know, and suddenly I come across this thought that aham brahmasmi, I am that Brahman. Automatically, what happens is I start thinking that I am someone special, something really great. Now, this has another side to it. It's not just I am Brahman. Sarvam Khalvidam Brahman has to be realized. So everybody opposite to me is also Brahman. So there is no difference. So anybody whom I meet, when I do this, that is a respect that the other person or the animal or the plant or anything that is there, that is also Brahman. So the real knowledge has to bring in humility. We have to be humble, we have to love, we have to respect, we have to have empathy. So these are the natural outcomes of understanding that we all are one. If we are exclusive, if we are not respecting, if we are dominating, then these are the red flags. So this is a sadhana, this is an ongoing journey. So morning we will be spiritual, afternoon we might be very tamasi, evening we might be different. So this is how mind operates. Mind has 100 eyes. Mind is called as Indra. And we have to keep navigating and having this control. So that is what is Jnana Yoga, accompanied by Karma Yoga. And here what reminds me is of Vivekananda. Vivekananda in modern times was a person who attached this Vedanta with Seva. He attached it as duty. And therefore, whatever I am learning, it has to come in my actions. And I have to give back to the society, to the community in whichever way it is possible. Automatically, when I'm working with the community, with other people, and I'm working on developing empathy within me, automatically I'm humbled. Unless and until I don't bring it in my karma, in my behavior, I live in my silo, in my own apartment, writing one book after the other and giving one webinar after the other, that will help me to enhance my personal ego. But the moment I drop that and I start connecting it with my behavior, with my karma, being aware as how I behave with my children, my spouse, everybody has a different area of impact, but we all do have. And that is our experimental ground. So Upanishads also tell us that keep experimenting, keep asking, keep learning. So some people feel that I'm doing so much for the society, but society doesn't respond. They don't react. They don't acknowledge. For most of the people who call themselves karma yogi, they are into philanthropy, they are into seva, they do many things, but inwardly they feel sad. That world is not responding. That is also one kind of dukkha which is mentioned in yoga, and you all must be aware of that. So this kind of dukkha is obviously there, but that is when I am taking the ahankar as a karta. That is when I am thinking I am the one who is doing. No, everybody is in their journey. We are becoming the nimitta. And becoming a nimitta for good work is our new karma. And then we are not doing it sakama. That I am behaving good because then I should get good life after this. That is sakama karma. And therefore Bhagavad Gita talks about nishkama karma. Idam na mama. So when I start doing things without expecting things, why? First thing, it is not in my hands. It is not a lab experiment that effects will come according to my expectations. There are going to be multiple factors. So obviously, some things are going to be according to my expectations, some things are not going to be. That is one thing. And second thing is, because I am complete, I am Purna, my happiness comes from within, I really don't have to be dependent. So this is other way of becoming Atmanirbhar, self-sufficient. I am already self-sufficient. I have already had my lunch. It doesn't matter how many people are eating their food there. I am here to serve. That kind of a mindset.
Very, very nicely explained.
Thank you.
It's a wonderful discussion, Dr. Kalikaji. We've also had a comment coming in from Jagrati Jayesh Joshi, and she says, Namaste, Dr. Kalika. You mentioned we don't need to be afraid of AI. Please, can you explain the most topical issue? Dhanyavad.
Okay. Yeah, I slightly touched on this topic while I was discussing. So when we talk about AI, or for that matter, any human capacities, what is the scientific development or the technical development doing? So now we all are sitting in different places and at different time zones, but we are connected. What does this mean? We have enhanced our sensory experience. We can see that which is far, we can hear that which is far. We cannot touch, so that is a limit. But yes, the whole experience is coming through this. So when we travel by plane, when we go to different planets, what is it that we are doing? Bring down to the fundamental human actions. They are all sensory actions. Now, what is AI? AI is working on this, but it is working on the interaction of our thoughts, the analyzing ability. Initially, I remember when I was doing my PhD in Upanishads, I used to go from one library to other library in Pune. Bhandarkar Institute, University of Pune, this, so on, travel a lot, then carry that huge books, old books, bring home, open them, ready, get data. Now when I put on my AI, give me a shlok, this shlok from Ishavasya Upanishad, it is done, it's there. Just fingertips. So what am I doing? I have enhanced my intellectual, analytical abilities, memory. So all these are segments of buddhi. When we talk about Antakaran Chatushta, it is Mana, Buddhi, Chitta, Ahankara. So buddhi is a creation. Buddhi is still, AI is still working on that. AI is not working about my singular experience, subjective experience. That is what is the hard problem of consciousness. They are still not reached there. They don't know that I am experiencing that I am sad. This I is a continuous experience. Remember yourself sitting in the classroom when you are in your kindergarten. So many decades have gone by and now you are sitting here and I am sitting here. Somebody says, oh, you are different. I say, no, I am the same person. It's just that I am growing old. I am the same person. This continuity of experience of I existing cannot be reproduced. It is independent. So whatever intellectual enhancement is happening, let it happen. There are going to be other aspects to it. Different work will be required. Different areas will be required. Society will have to learn through this, that as much as I am going and depending on sensory experiences, my internal issues are going to increase. And I will need people to work on those. I will have to learn to understand what is it that I can do when I have nothing to do. That is going to be a biggest problem. So empty mind is a devil's workshop. Should the devil start working? or should the yogi start working? That is going to be a big dilemma in coming years. Who is going to work and who is going to do what? And then the next question is, why should I even do this? What is the purpose of my life? Who I am? Everybody will have to come to Jnana Yoga. The moment they come to Jnana Yoga, then the next question would follow, do I really need all this? Then comes Vairagya. So then do I need really this many enhancements of lifestyles, such big industries? And who is going to rule? Are there going to be presidents and prime ministers, or there are going to be corporate giants? And if they are going to rule, how long will people take to realize this is not freedom? And the moment people realize this is not freedom, they will fight for freedom. Then the question is, freedom from what? See, this goes round and round. This is how human life and human things are. You needn't be afraid of AI. Use it cleverly. Use it with a constraint. Because when we had tails and we didn't stop using it, fell off. If we are not going to use our brains, what if it stops working? So using AI is good, but it has to be used in a very articulated and a nice way. Otherwise, the society will have different issues. So more and more knowledge about this Vedantic aspect goes out into the society, through schools, through colleges, through different things. So I'm a part of Hindu University of America. We take a number of courses there. I would request you all to go and visit the website today, because I'm not marketing the university. I'm saying it's a platform to learn all these topics. So just you can have a look and be ambassadors of this wonderful thought wherever you are. And I'm so glad to be with you all. You all are doing great job wherever you are. I'm happy to be associated.
And we're really happy to have you here as well, Kalikaji, sharing your wisdom with us. Somebody had a follow-up question with you, and I think you touched on this briefly in your answer just now. They said, how about consciousness? Is it internally expanding through the aham expansion?
Okay. Consciousness is not expanding. Consciousness is there. It is my awareness of it, which is limited, which is becoming unlimited. To understand this, let us understand two things. One is, I am conscious of something. For that, consciousness is different and I am witnessing something. So that is one state of awareness. So I am witnessing everything that is changing, everything that is moving, everything that is created and destroyed. I'm looking at all this. That is my consciousness about something. That is what this heart problem of consciousness David Chapman is talking about. I am just conscious about that. Now he's asking, where from this consciousness arise? If he wants it to happen from the material around, then it is a hard problem of consciousness. But for Upanishads, they don't have this hard problem. They say that consciousness was first, and then out of it came the whole world. It was there. It thought, let me create. And the world created, is what Aitareya Upanishad says. So that consciousness is not consciousness of something. That is different. That is Brahman, as we say. That is the ultimate reality. That is the single homogeneous existence. It just is. Nothing more than that can be said about it. It is just there. And anything and everything that we want to say about it, then it would be about consciousness. So if I've answered your question.
It's wonderful. And we can see on screen now the Hindu University of America and the upcoming webinars and retreats that you have, and the Alphabet to Insight of the Sanskriti as well. So I really do encourage our viewers and our audience who are watching us, who have tuned in on our social media, or even with us on Zoom, to really have a look at the Hindu University of America website. They have many good things coming up, many things that are leading to great transformations. So do actually go ahead and explore that. And we've also got the Shastras that are coming up, a unique retreat, which will be there between December the 11th to the 14th. So something really nice to look forward to there as well. And so it's wonderful work, Kalikaji, that you do, and it's lovely to have you with us as well. Anukulji, just coming to you briefly, because I know you were the one that brought out the conversation of AI a little bit earlier. Did you have any insights or any questions for Kalikaji?
I must confess, Kalikaji, that after listening to you and Ramji, despite the fact I've been reading lots of very books, including Ramana Maharshi and this the Upadesar, I think I'll have to revise and listen to this two, 3 times to really get the thing still in. It's really very, very in-depth stuff, solid thing. Because although I know quite a few of these things, in reality, to imbibe them and really practice them is not an easy job. Because there's always an element of ankar there in it, and at the same time awareness of what I am. That conflict is always on. Fantastic. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm honored.
And Lataji, I know you're always a really good key contributor for us here at Healing Our Earth. A global namaste to you. Did you have a question or an insight for Kalikaji? You're already unmuted. We can't hear you though. Do you have sound on your end? You're on mute.
Now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I need to raise my volume. So, yeah, you've answered most of the questions that I had, a few burning questions about how the economy and the corporations and the politicians and all that, how they sort of fit into the equation, because we've got to live in the world with them. And you know, our great leader Mahatma Gandhi, how he lost his life, and there were many martyrs because they were trying to, you know, be pacifists and humble and practicing our religious teachings, and yet we lost them. You know, the world didn't appreciate them. So I'm just wondering how we're going to get this message across and bring all the connections so that we can work as they said, collaborate with each other so that we can have one unified world where we're all trying to be peace makers and peace bearers, and that, you know, what we've come to the earth for. I'd love to understand what other, some people want to be, like you said, you know, difficult characters and fighting and manipulators and greed and all that. So they want to take over the world. So how do we cope with that situation whilst we're here, sitting here, trying to build our knowledge and our personal development and our cleansing ourselves spiritually? How are we going to face this other thing? Because obviously it's going to create the elements, you know, of fear and how we're going to, it's going to break our mental health down. And so how would you explain that aspect?
Okay. Thank you for that question, Lataji. Before I answer your question, just a small point and then I'll move on to that. First thing is, in this whole, I would talk about this planet. Okay. So on this planet, whenever people have killed each other, or they have behaved in a way where they wanted to hurt others. There have been many reasons. But if we think from the perspective of dharma, then I would say religion is different than dharma. Religion is different and dharma is different. What is religion? Religion has a form. Religions are created, they continue, and then they will perish. What stays is knowledge. Now, what is dharma? Dharma is defined as dharana dharma, that which holds. What does it hold? It holds itself and it holds anything and outside me. So it holds the system. So marriage is a dharma. Why? Because marriage holds relations. Marriage holds children. Marriage leads to holding the society. If it is practiced in a right way, is a disclaimer. But if it is truly understood, it is a good system which holds. Individually, what holds me? My stability holds me. My physical, emotional, intellectual clarity and stability holds me. This is dharma. So anything that holds is dharma, that is eternal. This is the fundamental thought of Ved and Upanishads which came into Bhagavad Gita. Now when we talk about religious exclusivity, not respecting others, asserting, manipulation, these are human limitations. That comes out of ignorance. And that needs to be dealt with, depending on the space, time, and circumstances. So, what do we need to do? We need to practice dharma, artha, kama, and purusha. These are the purusharthas of life. We have to practice dharma means we have to hold ourselves. Before holding, we should know what we are. So first understand who I am, hold to that thought, convert my behavior accordingly based on dharma. My behavior has to be dharmic. Paropakaraya punyaya papaya parapidanam. Helping others is punya, virtue. Papaya parapidanam. Hurting others is pap, vice. This is dharma. So when I practice, hold this, let live and let live comes in the modern language. So when I contain to this kind of thought and behavior, I am a dharmic person. I could be a Christian, I could be a Muslim, I could be a Jew, I could be an animal, I could be a plant, I could be anybody. Who is dharmic? One who holds oneself and helps other to hold themselves. Live and let live. This is Sanatan Dharma. Now, those who don't understand this, they need to come out of their ignorance. Those who misunderstand this, they need to be ignited. They need to be told. In spite of that, if they are creating problem, then we need to have our Purushartha. We need soldiers on the boundaries. Why? That is not ideal. That is human limitation. It is a limitation of human nature that we need boundaries and we need armies and navy and air force. Because it is human mind which is fluctuating, which has all Shadripus. Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Madha, Moha, Matsar, all this is there within all of us. So when that becomes more, we feel that everything is wrong that is happening. What should we do then? Now, you and me, what we are doing is, we have to learn ourselves, gain our knowledge, bring it into practice. That gives us strength. So ignite one lamp with the other lamp. So when we are igniting these so many lamps, it is knowledge which becomes powerful. Ignorance becomes less powerful. So when you read the Puranas and when you read the other stories, there is always a fight between the Dev and the Asuras. So who are Dev? Dev are those who are the followers of knowledge. These Devas also, when they engage themselves in overindulgence, they lose the battle. But when they are philosophical, they win. Who are asuras, who don't have control over themselves, who are ignorant. The first strategy is to make them aware, give them knowledge. But if somebody is coming and holding your neck, have the ability to fight with them. Hold their hand and don't allow them to touch your throat. In spite of that, if they are going ahead, make yourself strong. So Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga doesn't tell us to be cowards and weak and submissive and passive. It tells us to be vigorous, strong, happy, vibrant. Don't exploit. Don't live on the cost of others' happiness. But don't allow others to live on the cost of your self-respect and happiness. That is what is Hindu Dharma or Sanatan Dharma. This was existing. What has been created is also not completely bad. But there are people in everywhere across the globe who don't understand. Some understand. So we have to build on increasing the understanding, knowledge. Jnana Vardhan is only the way. And by the time simultaneously we are working on this, we have to guard ourselves on other things. Otherwise, we won't have locked our homes. When we believe in our neighbors, even then we lock our homes and go, isn't it? That is also simultaneously we are cautious about, because that is guard against human limitations, which is also normal. So this will keep happening. We have to be optimistic and do our part. That gives a lot of satisfaction is what I think. Thank you.
Wow, Kalikaji, thank you so much for all of your brilliant insights here today on Jnana Yoga. It's wonderful to see how it's just one of the four paths of yoga that people can take, but really to gain a deeper understanding of what Jnana Yoga and Dharma actually stand for. And I think it's wonderful to see just the different interpretations of this and how we can use deeper aspects and philosophies of yoga and how they come into play together as one. And it's just amazing to have you here with us today. People that want to know more about Kalikaji, please do go and check her out at the Hindu University of America. They are doing wonderful work, and a lot of it is very dharmic. A lot of it is looking further into Samskriti, it's looking further into Sanskrit, and it's really just bringing out the Hindu values in today's world in a much needed way. So thank you so much, Kalikaji, for your wonderful insights as well.
And
Namaste.
Riddhi?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rahulji and Yoga Kulam, for having me here. I'm always open for any collaboration from personally from my side as well as from HUA's side. So
And Riddhi?
connect with us. Thank you so much.
And Riddhi, while you are here, let's keep Dr. Kalika on the screen as well. Let's quickly watch Sharon's video because it has covered some points where Dr. Kalika has covered. So they can chit chat. And Dr. Kalika, meet Sharon here when she comes to Dallas to meet Danada, who is not very far from you and you do know of each other. Maybe you can collaborate together and expand the family. That's what Healing Our Earth likes. Sharon, if you can kickstart your video as soon as possible, so we can have some comment as soon as the video finishes, and we can have some more comments. So wonderful, Dr. Kalika. Remember, as you say, live and let live. So let's look at this video, which has got some of the points that you even mentioned, but in an
Certainly
alternative
does.
way.
About the Yuga system?
Yeah, it's the cyclical version of human history. So most ancient societies believe that human civilization and our consciousness, it moves up and down in cycles, and that it doesn't move in a straight line from primitive cavemen to the modern civilization, as we have been told by all our scientists and historians.
Right.
So this is this cycle of evolution and devolution is called the Yuga cycle, and it was known by different names by different cultures. In India, it is called Yuga cycle. The Greeks called it the Great Year or the Platonic Year. The Maya referred to the four previous suns. The Hopi talk of the four worlds, and so on.
A lot of people familiar with the Yuga cycle, they think that, the Kali Yuga is going to last 432,000 years, and which really would make the whole Yuga cycle really not very important to us since we only live like 75 years. So can you please explain to me how you came up with this 24,000 ascending, descending Yuga cycle and why that makes a lot more sense for us in the human condition?
Well, first of all, that aligns with the data that we get from other cultures. You can't have a separate Yuga cycle for India and a separate one for Greece and a separate one for the Mayas. There's one for the whole world. And when I was looking at these different doctrines, it's the 12,000 year cycle that seemed to be the one that everyone was talking about. The Persians, for instance, they talk about a Yuga cycle of 12,000 years. And then when you add the two halves together, that becomes 24,000 years. The Greeks were also talking about each age being of around 3,000 years duration. And in Indian texts like the Mahabharata or the laws of Manu, we have a 12,000 year cycle. But in some of the other texts, that was multiplied by 360 because some wise guys said that it's 1 year is equivalent to 360 years of humans.
Right.
And then he multiplied it by 360 and converted that into this humongous number of 432,000 years, which doesn't make sense even in the context of the known history of human civilization.
No, it doesn't. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Yeah, so you say that, will you please explain the 2,700 year cycle and then the 300 or 150 years on each side intermittent period, and that we're actually going into one of those 150 year intermittent periods for us?
Yeah, so in this 12,000 year half cycle, we have 4 ages of 3,000 years each.
Right.
Now, it's not exactly 3,000 years in the sense that the actual duration of the Yuga is 2,700 years. And then this followed by a period of transition when the older civilization kind of goes through a period of collapse.
Yeah.
And then it's replaced by a very different civilization after a period of 300 years. And that is something that we can also see from our known history. For instance, if you look at the current ascending Kali Yuga, which as per this system started at around 700 BCE, that was the time we started what is known as the Iron Age. So the ascending Kali Yuga is basically what historians known as the Iron Age. And in the 300 or let's say 400 odd period before the Iron Age, the entire edifice of the Bronze Age civilizations across the world had collapsed. Not very little was carried forward from the older civilizations like the Sumerians or the Indus Valley or the civilizations in Mycenae or other places. So that was the period of transition between the descending Kali Yuga and the ascending Kali Yuga, and in historical terms, that's kind of the transition between the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. So similarly, when the Bronze Age started at around 3,600 BCE, it started all of a sudden in most places around the world, in Egypt or the Indus Valley, Mesopotamia. It all started around 3,600, 3,500 BCE. And all the Neolithic civilizations that existed prior to that disappeared. We really have to dig deep down to find the traces of those Neolithic cultures. So again, there was a period of transition prior to that, and those cultures disappeared and the Bronze Age civilization started. So we seem to have this intermittent reset of civilization on an almost global scale after a period of around 2,700 years.
Yeah, so what is your date for the start of the golden age, the last golden age?
Oh, okay. So for that, if 10,876 was the period when it ended, and there were 2 back-to-back golden ages. So then you add 6,000 years to that, you get around 24,876. That was the start of the golden age, and you had 2 back-to-back ones, just like you had 2 back-to-back iron ages.
So is there a cause in the golden age for the break between the ascending and the descending? Is there something that causes the descending to start happening?
Yeah, that's what I talked about. I think it's the central black hole going on and off.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the golden age, the central black hole shut down, and the radiation from the galactic center started to kind of decline in a gradual manner, because the radiation that had already left it, it kept on, declining gradually. It doesn't go off all of a sudden.
Right.
And so it went, so the radiation reaching us came down slowly. And as a result, now the radiation from the central black hole is from the entire EM spectrum, right from radio waves to gamma waves. And we know that high frequency radiation like X-rays and gamma rays, they can cause genetic mutations. And I believe it's this mutating ability of the light from the galactic center that makes us, it makes us lose our physical size. We become smaller in size, which is actually a historical fact. We have become smaller in size physically over the last 12,000 years.
Yep.
Our cranial capacity declines. And that is also something that has happened over the last 12,000 years. We have lost around 10 to 17% cranial volume over the last 12,000 years. And anthropologists very rarely talk about these things, but these are actual valid scientific data, and you can find it in journals. But you would never find it discussed on any mainstream media, that both physically and from the cranial volume perspective, we have declined over 12,000 years. Whereas they always tell us that we have been, increasing in our cranial capacity has been increasing from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens over the last 2 million years, which is the reason for our increased intelligence. Whereas in the last 12,000 years, we have lost exactly the same amount of cranial capacity that we apparently gained from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens. So that tells you that this goes in cycles. We become bigger physically, our cranial capacity increases, and even our lifespan fluctuates in a sinusoidal manner. Because over the Bronze Age, our lifespan was gradually going down, and it had hit around 50 years to 45 years during the Ptolemaic period in Egypt. And since then, it has been gradually going up. And it didn't happen because of any vaccines or any kind of medications. It happened naturally due to natural cosmic factors.
So when did we enter into the ascending Kali Yuga? What year was that around?
That was 676 BC, around 700 BC, let's say. That's basically
BC.
the beginning of the Iron Age civilizations across the world, really.
Well, you can really see if you look at history that, the world started actually improving around then from a very dark, dark place. We've been gaining materialism and traveling around the world, which we weren't doing before. And wars became much more technological, and yeah, you can actually see that in the history. So,
and you also had a number of new spiritual leaders coming up during that time period, and laying the framework for the new faiths and the new religions that emerged in the Iron Age.
That's right, Buddha and Jesus, and and kind of teaching this new philosophy of, cool it out, baby, take it easy, because the Kali Yuga's got a long way to go. So, you can get excited all you want, but I'm just going to sit under a tree and breathe, because there's nothing you can do about the Kali Yuga. And I think that's exactly right. I think these new religions were formed to calm us down for the 3,000 years that were still going to happen, which we're now coming out of. So let's talk about coming out of it, because that's really what I find to be the most exciting part of your book, is that you're saying that this year, 2025, we began emerging out of the Kali Yuga and going into the transition period, which you're saying we're in right now, which is actually, frankly, very dangerous time period. Because what we have here going on is we have part of humanity is living in the Dvapara Yuga, and part of humanity is still living in the Kali Yuga. And I say this a lot because it helps ease kind of the confusion that's going on right now. So, the people that are in the Dvapara Yuga are looking at the people that are living in the Kali Yuga in this transition period and saying, you people are crazy. You people are nuts. What are you doing? You're destroying the world. You're destroying people. You're hurting everybody. You need to stop. And the people in the Kali Yuga are saying, you people are crazy. you Dvara Yuga people are crazy. You all love and light, and you think everything's going great, and you're not realistic about the world. And so that's the nature of the conflict that's going on all over the world right now, and it's happening big time here in America, where half of us we're done with it. We're done with all the BS that's been going on. We're done with all of it, and the other half want to double down on everything. They want to increase the violence. They want to increase the confusion. And so this is going to be the nature of the next 150 years, right? It's going to be this pretty nasty confrontation.
Yeah, when you're saying that it's half and half, I think that's very optimistic. I think the vast majority of the people are living in the Kali Yuga paradigm, very strongly attached to materialism, to lies, and to division, and to hatred, and to all kinds of selfish behavior. And that is it's not just the wars. I mean, if you look at even at the normal social environment around you, you'll find that people are so obsessed with their materialism, that they don't even believe in the existence of the soul. They don't believe in the existence of a purpose in human life, the existence of other dimensions of reality. They don't believe in the teachings that have been left behind. They think that all of that is impractical. To follow the teachings of, let's say, in India, to follow the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita would be considered impractical in the present day, because the focus is completely on acquiring material wealth at any cost. So this is the predominant mindset across the world right now, and it's only a very small percentage of people who have been able to kind of extricate themselves from this constant need for wealth and power, and for sensual stimulation. And because if you're obsessed with that, that's when you start acting on it, and you don't really care about how you get to how you attain your desires, because it's this obsession, the infatuation with these things. So, and that is everywhere right now. And this is the big conflict that is now going on. It's only a small percentage of people who are trying to come out of this state of mind, and to say that no, there's a bigger purpose, that we are capable of much more, that we have a soul, and that soul is the repository of love and compassion and selflessness, and wisdom and knowledge and all higher virtues. And we need to tap into that and to reflect that through our speech and our actions and in our everyday life. But it's only a very small percentage of people who are doing that. When I go out there in the world, it's very hard to come across such people these days anymore. So the conflict is actually, I would say, around 90% versus 10%, and not really 50 versus 50, even less than that maybe.
Probably.
So it's going to be a very big and powerful shift, because the cosmos itself is changing, the energies are changing, and we have to change along with that. You cannot fight the universe. When the changes are happening, you have to go with the flow. You have to understand why these changes are happening, where we are headed, and how we can best align with this energetic shift and place ourselves in the best position to kind of ride these energies. We can't keep on hanging on to the Kali Yuga paradigms anymore.
Really well said. Yeah, that's kind of the reason I wanted you on, actually, because I know a lot of people that, the very small percentage of people that have changed, and they watch my show, and they're feeling very lonely right now. They don't understand. They're alienated from the Kali Yuga. They don't want it. They don't like it, and they want it to go away. And then we're all suffering on a collective level with PTSD from the horrors of the Kali Yuga. I mean, it's like being in a war. It's like you wake up every night and you're just experiencing all the memories of all the things that have happened, and you want your family to be safe, and the world is like really not in a good place. But that's about to change, right? That's
That's
good.
about to change, but we have to, the onus is on us. The energies, I believe the positive energies, the subtle energies have already started coming in, because when I read the news that the central black hole is in the process of getting activated, I knew that the positive changes are always coming in. But you need to be aligned with that. If you are still fixated on Kali Yuga paradigms, then you're not even going to feel that or observe that. And if you're constantly, caught up in the drama and the negativity of the media, And that is everywhere right now. Every day you open the news, there's some more division, there's some more hatred, there's some more false flag attacks, some more lies, and some more manipulation. And people are getting caught up in that. They want to put their point of view across and say, no, they're getting into arguments on social media, forming groups, and social media is so pervasive right now. So they're going into the social media argument, and that argument is never going to end, because people who are caught up in that paradigm, you can't change them through arguments, right? You have to first change yourself, and you have to radiate that, and they might get inspired by that, and then they might figure, oh, you know what, there's another way to go about things. And so this is a time for self-reflection, for introspection, for letting go of past trauma. There's so much trauma that people are carrying from their relationships in the Kali Yuga, and from the past, over the 6,000 years of the Kali Yuga. So it's about letting go of the attachment to the negativity in the outside world, and trying to find out your soul purpose. What am I here for? Why did I incarnate on this blue dot? What am I doing here at all? Right? So the bigger existential questions, those are the ones that we need to start asking right now, so that we can then calm ourselves down, find the answers, change ourselves from within. And then once we change ourselves, then we are in a better position to help others, to guide others, because we can't give out anything of any value unless we have first gone through the transformation ourselves.
Really well said, and that's exactly my philosophy.
There's going to be a significant percentage who are going to resist these new energies that are coming in. They're going to resist aligning with their soul virtues. They're going to resist aligning with the environment and with the people around them. And they're going to continue with Kali Yuga paradigms and beliefs and technologies and ways of doing things. Whereas the small percentage is going to kind of wake up and try to wake others up. And since the energies are shifting, we are having this great noticing, which I can also call the great surfacing of truth. Yep. Because what is happening is that every time one of these events happen, a lot of truth comes to the surface, and even veterans are like, oh, I didn't know that. Even though you know that they're lying and manipulating all the time, but even then new truths will keep on surfacing. And this will happen not only at a collective level, but also at an individual level. At your own level, you'll find that new truths are coming to the surface of your own mind. You are realizing new things about yourself or your family or your work or your environment. So this is the time of rediscovery of truth. And some of that truth is going to make you very angry and frustrated. I know that's the initial stage of awakening, when you find that everything is a lie, everything is manipulated, everything is manufactured. That's the time of disillusionment. And a lot of people get caught up in that phase for a long period of time. You're like angry and frustrated for a long period of time. But then at some point, you need to let that go. And you need to ask yourself, what next? How do I make things better? Where am I going? Where is our civilization going? And how do I make things better? And that's when you start tapping into who you truly are at your core, and start bringing your gifts to the world. I mean, each of us have to bring our gifts to the world. Only then we can make it better. We can't keep on fighting the old system with the old methods. The new system will have new methods, and the new methods of the new system is through information, through inspiration, and through elevation. You can't continue this process of degradation and diminishing people all the time. It's a time to elevate and inspire, and not to fight and quarrel and degrade and diminish all the time. So these are the changes that people are going through and will continue to go through as we move into this period of transition. And the environment is also changing. I mean, you had this, and I said that in my book, that we are going to a transition which the Greeks call ekpyrosis, or the cleansing by fire. Yeah. And last couple of years, the fires have been really powerful, and we've been having these earthquakes and volcanoes and very powerful wildfires, and the storms are also getting more powerful and more dangerous. So it's a time of environmental cleansing as well. And nobody really knows what's going to happen when it comes to the environment, what's going to happen next. But the planet itself is changing. The planetary energies are changing. The earth itself is going through its own cleansing process. So it's like a collective cleansing going on right now at an individual level, at a collective level, at an environmental level. All of that is happening right now. And I think I said in my book, I said that 2025 March is when Kali Yuga ended, and 2025 has actually been a period of a year of very powerful changes at a global level and an individual level.
Let's discuss here before we go. What do you think is you described it beautifully in your book. Um, what's the Satya Yuga, the Golden Age? What's that like? What's it like when in 10,000 years from now, when we're finally in it? What's it going to be like?
Well, even though the golden age will come after, let's say, another 6,000 odd years and then extend for another 6,000 years, the entire ascending cycle is kind of like a golden age, because the entire ascending cycle is when you're growing in soul consciousness. So you're growing in your understanding of yourself. You're radiating your virtues. And when everybody does that, can you imagine what life would be on earth if everybody is radiating love and compassion and selflessness and
Nice.
wisdom, knowledge, and joy and bliss, and nobody's fighting against each other. There's no strife, there's no discord. The environment is giving us in abundance, because the environment is also shifting along with these energies. You get you get all the food that you want, you get everything that you want. So it's a time of abundance. It's a time of abundance of spirit, of abundance of love, abundance of natural prosperity. And it's a time when people will shun any kind of action that causes either men to become greedy or depraved or violent, or in any action that can cause harm to the environment or to any other animal or being within the environment. So that is the soul consciousness, that is the higher consciousness. And when there's higher consciousness, there's utopia. And that is what the entire ascending cycle is about. So the descending cycle was when we moved from soul consciousness to ego consciousness, and all the egoic desires and the proclivities, they began to dominate our mind. And then the ascending cycle is when we move away from the ego into soul consciousness, into heart alignment. And that's when you get into the ascending cycle, when you don't have these kind of problems that you face now. There'll be less diseases because of this new energies, that's high frequency radiation. It actually kills off harmful germs, so you'll have less diseases, you'll live longer, you'll be bigger in size, you'll be able to do more work, although there won't be any need to do a lot of work. You'll be manifesting a lot of what we call higher mental faculties, or siddhis. These higher mental faculties, like intuition or clairvoyance, or even having out of body experiences, the ability to heal any disease on your own, or even to our texts tell us that you can even increase or decrease your size. If you're really powerful, you can increase or decrease your size. You can willfully manipulate the forces of nature to carry out miraculous tasks. But none of that would be guided by selfish interest. All of that would be done for the welfare of people. Anything that you do in a higher cycle, you do for the good of all. You don't do it for your own profit. And in the Kali Yuga, what happens is everything that we do is for our own profit, and we don't really care what kind of effect it has on other people or on the environment, which is why we are stuck here right now. So the ascending cycle is one of expansion of spirit, and descending cycle is one of diminishing of spirit.
And we're in the transition age right now between the two. I think you're right. I can feel that you're right. And the people around me feel that that's going on. And so I think it's a wonderful time to be alive. And, if you can just get through the conflict of the two yugas battling each other at the moment, I think that we are on our way to a much better place.
Yes, we are, and this is the time when all of us have this grand chance to evolve, to transform, to bring to align with our soul purposes, to manifest what we want to manifest without really considering the outcomes. We don't really want to focus on what the outcome of my effort would be, but just to manifest my desires and my potential. and serve the welfare of the world. It's a time of service. It is not the time to become selfish. It is the time to be of service. And we will also transform with the energies. And it's going to be a grand journey, a roller coaster of a ride, both positives and negatives. But as long as we understand what's happening, I think a lot of people will have a tremendous experience.
Yeah, so everybody, the world looks dark and dour, but actually there is a glimmer of light. The sun's starting to rise above the horizon. The world will get better. Don't be so pessimistic. Uh, and to be honest with you, the powers that be want you to be pessimistic. They want you to wake up every day in a depression. They want you to have this dark feeling about the world uh, because it reflects how they view the world. That's how they view the world. And they want you to view the world the same way. And we have to resist. And we have to say, no, no, I'm not going to go down that road. I'm not going to be that kind of person anymore. I'm going to reflect the coming age that's coming. And I think it's really incredible. Great time to be alive. Okay.
It is.
I want to thank you for coming on, Bibhu Dev Misra. It's Yuga Shift, the end of the Kali Yuga, and the impending planetary transformation. You can get it on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, anywhere else that you can find a good book. It's really worth reading. It's long, which I really loved. It wasn't like a 200-page book. It was long, deep, delving into the Yuga system. If you want to understand the Yuga system, it's a great book for understanding the Yuga system and the periodicity of time and the cyclic nature of time, and that time is not a beginning and an end. Time is a circle, and it goes around and around and around forever. And and I just really want to thank you for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jay. It was a pleasure talking to you, and I hope your listeners find our discussion interesting.
Oh, they will. I imagine you're going to get a bunch of book sales out of this. All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'm Jay Widener. This is Reality Check, and thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
Sharon.
you're welcome. I found it really interesting that, I had chosen to put this because I think it really expands upon the discussion today.
Thank you. Thank you for all the contributors and Yoga Kulam and our host, Rivi, Amrita, and this recording from Jay and everybody. Anukul, your comment before Sharon can wind off?
It was a lovely session. I didn't expect that it would continue with so much information. In fact, it can possibly still go on. There is so much of helpful information right through the entire meeting. Thanks a lot for all the contributors.
Wonderful. Yes, we had a long session and we had so many people from Yoga Column as well.
Yes.
Quite a while here today. And Sharon, your comment, and then you can nicely wind off today.
Well, I thought it was an incredible program today. So much information, so much really, really deep knowledge that it's like drinking nectar, actually, this today's show. And I want to leave you all with, this same vision that Bhimu had. That's what Healing Our Earth, our show, is all about. It's about lifting us up, bringing the light in, and truly, truly healing our earth. To me, that is the most important thing, healing ourselves, healing each other, and healing our earth. So I just we all appreciate you joining us today and look forward to you joining us for many just amazingly interesting, informative, and uplifting sessions in the forthcoming weeks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharon. And Anukul, you can finish with Gayatri Mantra.
Oh, yes, sure. Om Bhurbhuvatsa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodayat.